I'm live, I think. If I did this correctly. Correct. I did it correctly. Okay. So yeah. Been a minute since I streamed. I think a week actually has gone by since I streamed last. Needed to take a break, I think, to be honest. I was doing it a lot and it kind of just like wore me out. So yeah, so I took a break. Didn't really work on this very much. I just kind of took a break from it all to just relax. I think I also got a stomach virus, which sucked, and then I was like kind of out of it for a few days. I kind of still am out of it, but it's all right. I'm gonna be streaming a lot because I have the entire house to myself, so I'm kind of posted up in the kitchen, and that's typically where I'm most productive. So we are sentenced, unfortunately, to lo-fi chill beat hell, as it might be, because I can no longer get copyright claimed, or else I will never hit the demonetization threshold, because YouTube keeps on basically taking my watch hours away for every VOD that gets copyright claimed. I would have definitely hit the threshold 3 times already if we didn't play copyrighted music, to be honest. Yeah, it's just like, every time I do a stream, I see that we get like 50 or so watch hours, and then I check the day after, and then we have 0 watch hours. So yeah, we've been stuck at like 1,700 to 2,000 watch hours for a while now, which it is what it is. But yeah, so that's why we are listening to lo-fi beats today, because it's the easiest copyright-free way to do things, I guess. So let me know if the levels are correct with that. Other than that, I just need to kind of get back into the zone with this and figure out what we were doing last time. I know that last time I did have like this idea in my head with refactoring UI elements so that they all have the exact same amount of bytes, maximum amount of vertices or whatever, so that we can change the vertex data on the GPU without having to re-upload the whole buffer. Just like we do text boxes. And so I think that that's like a really good idea to do that. I think that it might end up being a pain and we might run into some bugs with it because it is kind of a large refactor in a file that's already getting to be like really big. Like the UI.c file, by the way, is it's 8,000. I thought that it was 10,000, but yeah. It's pretty large right about now, and yeah, it's a large file, and so doing refactors on it is painful, but this is one of those things where it's something that I need to get done in general, because if I want to have per vertex color changing for elements or per vertex positions changing or anything like that, then I am going to have to eventually refactor it anyway. And yeah, there's no way to do that without this refactor. And I do want per vertex manipulation. I think that that's super cool. and it's something that you can't really do just by faking transforms on the GPU. You don't really get the same effect. And since I work so hard on getting this pipeline so, you know, convoluted and stuff, I would like to actually leverage it because it is fully capable of having UI events toggle or change vertex positions and vertex colors, rather than changing the entire UI element's color, So for example, something that you can see is like you get the min and the max values of a UI element in terms of how far the UI element goes, and then change the per vertex color based on that range, right? So you can create a gradient, right, without doing any specific sort of hard-coded logic to do that, right? So you could just take the range, like the min and the max values of a UI element, and then just say, oh, we're going to start at green and then go to blue, and just interpolate that in real time, That's the capabilities of my system, but yeah, we do have to kind of do this refactor to make that possible. The way we used to do it was just by re-uploading. Well, what we did was we just stored the position of each UI element inside of the draw buffer, and if we were changing the amount of points on a UI element, then we resized the buffer. Otherwise, all we did was we just changed the data that was inside of that block. But it's not really reliable, now. I might have to look kind of at the underlying logic to that to see if that method is still viable, of just like caching the positions and then following that position, checking, if we're still good, and just changing that block in the buffer. I have to check if that's correct. Hold on. I want to make sure actually that I'm not private. I don't think I am. But yeah, I'm public. Okay, good. Because I did do a test stream before this. Okay, so with all that being said, we can look at that underlying logic to make sure that isn't, possible. I think that, because I think like editor-wise, it's fine to rebuild the buffer when we added point, right? But yeah, I can't see a real point to have like UI elements being able to have extra vertices during runtime. Like, I don't think that that's ever going to be a thing. So maybe this refactor isn't necessary, and instead of doing this whole thing where we make it a maximum amount in the draw buffer, we can just pre-allocate every UI element, and then just change the current vertex data. Because unlike text boxes, where the length of the text can change, UI elements, I just don't see it where extra vertices are going to get made during like runtime, right? Unless you're editing, and in that case, rebuilding the draw buffer is fine. So maybe this isn't actually necessary. Yeah, let's actually make a note of this here, what we just talked about. So, since the number of vertices most likely won't change during runtime, we can just cache the position and the draw buffer like before and just re-upload the size of the element. Okay, so that can work fine. I wanted to see, let me add UI element to draw buffer. Okay, so we do take in this start. What is this? I forget these were UVs that we were doing here. These are UVs. These are UVs. Yeah, UA VA, right. Yeah, this is a pretty... I forgot that this was such an involved thing. We also, I see this kind of reallocation happening, and we have to make sure that this only happens if we exceed, which we shouldn't be exceeding if we're just updating it. So I think we should go through all of these realics and make sure that these are these are counting correctly. So our current counter equals the vert count, which immediately is very suspicious. If start is greater than current counter equals start. Okay, so this is immediately suspicious because current counter is what we are comparing against, and if we are setting it to the buffer, the end of the buffer, this just seems wrong. And then if start is greater than current counter equals start. So this was some way of saying that if our draw start somehow exceeds the maximum, then we set it to that value. But current counter should not equal vert count. Why doesn't current counter just equal start? I think that this is just such a weird, pointless thing. I think that current counter, I mean, why not that? Vertex size times 7. What is 7 in this case? Okay, it should be 6. Okay, and we should make that a thing here. I'm just gonna make that a const. Let's put that at the top of this function. Default UI vertices equals 6. I mean, we should really just capital case this. Like, I know I'm being weird, but yeah. The reason why I hard-coded that 6, I think, is because we were playing around with it. But yeah, this also should be 6 as well. It's 6 to make a rectangle, basically. Or, you know, 2 triangles. And I think I just put it to 7 just to be careful, I guess, of our space. But I think that we should be fine to just allocate it to 6 since we are only doing 6. Yeah, I'll probably be live for a long time today, and I was planning on maybe doing a run of Slice and Dice live. I think that might be fun. I have been playing Slice and Dice a lot recently. I forgot how good that game was. It's like such an underrated game. It's a roguelike dice builder. With, I don't know, it's kind of like one of these like perfect video games where, you know, it's just such a satisfying, challenging game. It's actually very challenging, yeah. We're gonna say default rounded UI vertices is 9, because that's what all of this is here. Basically, it's an extra triangle for the so it triangulates this to the center of the UI element with, like, you know, thinking about it like convex, right? It just triangulates straight to the center, and then these two are the outer ring. That it makes a quad for the outer edge, right? The outer rounded. Why did I say it like that? Rounded edge. So that's why we're calling it default rounded UI vertices. Anyway. Oh yeah, so I did also see, whatchamacallit? I saw, woke up today and I threw, T1 versus IG on the TV. And, wow. I mean, seriously? I don't know what happened, man. What is this game for the shy on picking Varus top against Nocturne Dive? I just don't get it. I just, like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like, seriously, I just don't, it just doesn't make sense to me. Yo, what's up, SOS? It's going good. Just kind of working on some code maintenance, maybe trying to figure out, I want to basically upload, on vertex data change, upload UI elements to the GPU in the same way that I upload text boxes in real time, so that we can change the vertex data for animations and stuff, rather than just doing it, like faking it on the GPU. I want to do it per vertex, so that's what I'm kind of working on right now. What we used to do is just like re-upload the entire buffer, which obviously was just for testing and isn't ideal for performance. So what I'm doing right now is we're just kind of trying to figure out how we can do this bug free, with basically keeping on each UI element its position in the draw buffer, just going there and uploading it. So that's what I'm kind of working on right now. So I think that this was a complete, I don't understand why I set current counter to vert count, because this assumes that we're always going to the end of the buffer, when in reality current counter should equal the start that we take in at the top. I think the current counter equals start, and if start plus vertex size times the default vertices count. Yeah. Wait, yeah. So this is completely incorrect. This should be vert capacity plus this. Well, technically you could just do, well, I guess the idea here was that current counter could technically exceed start or exceed the buffer capacity, and that's why I was kind of reallocating it to current counter in that case. Um, yeah, I think that. Never mind. Yeah. This is definitely fine. This is definitely fine. I like your funny words, Magic Man. I've only gotten as far as putting my first triangle on the screen and putting a texture on it. Hey, I mean, I wasn't that long ago. I was also doing that, you know. Um, I started with a Raycaster, so all my stuff was on the CPU. But yeah, been there, done that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just keep up with the tutorials, and yeah, you'll eventually have an 8,000 line file as well, I guess. It's kind of cursed though. Current counter equals start. Current counter plus whatever we're gonna allocate. If it's greater than vert capacity, then we can set it and it's fine because yeah. And then yeah. Okay. This is fine. We don't need to set this then. Yeah, I don't know why I made this so complicated. If start is greater than current counter, I should just set it to start in general. I think I was worried about our start exceeding our buffer capacity. And then start equals current counter. So there was this interesting thing here where I think... So yeah, so this is the interesting thing. Because for sliders, if we have slider draw extents, we're doing an extra rectangle here. And so that's why we move start to equal current counter. So our current counter equals start. And then here, if our start plus that is greater than our capacity, we reallocate it. Then current counter equals start. This is now redundant. And then if we do that, then we current counter plus equals whatever we just allocated. And then if end equals current counter, yeah. And then our new start equals current counter. Okay. That should be fine. Also, let's make this a size T. Just because. Okay. So start equals current counter equals start. Yeah, that's redundant. That is redundant. The reason why we're kind of doing this leapfrog thing is because our start moves, because if we have draw extents, then we need to move our start in the buffer up, because now we're going to put the UI element after it. So the question is, where am I putting it on the UI element? Don't I have element draw start? Yeah, so I don't actually set this at all. Does game dev require DSA? I mean, it depends what OpenGL version you're targeting, you know. I target 4.3 right now with honestly, so I started with 330 core, and then eventually just caved in and did 430 because of SSBOs and computer shaders, but I don't really use DSA. It would probably make my life a lot easier, as would using bindless textures. Maybe I just like doing things the hard way. Maybe I just, I'm just kind of stupid. I don't know. My idea was, I I frequent the J Stefano GitHub. I frequent a lot of the 4.6 stuff on the internet, like in terms of all the information about it. And I just kind of assume, maybe incorrectly, that all of that stuff is kind of gated to newer hardware. I know specifically my machine is an old machine, and everything that uses those new features kind of runs really poorly on it. So I know from experience that that using these new features on older hardware can just really negatively impact performance. So at least for my kind of like retro engine, I try to keep like the newer features that I'm using to a minimum. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like making performance better, using SSBOs was a massive thing for me because it means that I can do a lot of transforms on the GPU, which is obviously much better for performance when I have like skeletal animations and stuff like that. So it was kind of like necessary, you know. But yeah, I would say that no, game dev doesn't necessarily require DSA. Okay, so if we get in here, then what we want to do is our element draw start equals current counter. I think current counter is in bytes. Yeah, it is in bytes. Okay, so the scary thing is, yeah, you know what? Let's just put it at the top. Because we're gonna have this for draw extents, right? So if you have draw extents, then you need to put the start before you do that. Okay, so now here we want to do the same thing. I think so. Current counter equals start is correct. We don't need this. And start equals current counter. I don't know if that's necessarily. Where do we use start again? We don't. This is pointless. Okay. So this should be fine. So current counter equals start, and start equals current counter. Okay, so that's pointless then. Okay, so I think to be honest, I did a lot of like unnecessary stuff when I first did this. Because I was really worried that we were going to buffer overflow, or I think what I was really worried about was that this capacity was going to give us a bad realix size, to be honest, with us just like passing these draw starts around. I think I was worried if we load in UI elements from a JSON, if we somehow end up with a ridiculously large current counter, if it's or if we get a really low current counter too, then yeah. But I think that this should be fine. And I will go check the rebuild UI and textural buffers to make sure that we are fine here. So all of this stuff we can get rid of. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do, so what all of this code was me trying to do this very complicated thing, which was making UI elements able to have different materials and therefore go to different VBOs and still function. I think for simplicity's sake, we're going to do exactly what I do with the text and put everything in one buffer because it greatly simplifies all of the work that we have to do. I think that that's just the whatchamacallit, the compromise that I've come to with all of this. It's just not worth it. It's just really not worth it. So what I do here with the text mat is that I allocate the buffer and allocate the VBO and the SSBO to our current menu count before we build the draw buffer. And I think I want to do the same exact thing for our UI elements. I don't think that I was doing that previously. I think that we were just using a very large SSBO without any of this. So what this does is it basically says this is the maximum amount of text boxes that we can currently have. We're gonna allocate to the max, which is a lot, but since SSBOs can be massive, then we don't really care. We don't really care at all. And what this code does is it allocates all of the old buffers, and it frees all of the old buffers. So that's what I'm going to make sure to write comments here, because I typically don't, and it's a big problem. So this doesn't just free one UI buffer, it frees every single buffer that could have existed that needs cleaning up, and just iterates through every element, and then frees every possible buffer for every different render group. Even though technically they should all have the same render group, it's just kind of safe to do it that way. At least I think it is. And I want to do the exact same thing here that we do for text boxes with UI elements, I think. And then, so what we're going to do, just so that I remember here, is we are going to assert, instead of going to the render group ID that's already on the UI elements, what we will do is we will set the material instead of, so we will get this. Oh gosh. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't, believe it or not, I took a break from coding for a few days, so I am a bit, my hand dexterity is a bit rusty. So the render group ID equals the UI mat ID, and the E material ID equals the UI mat UID. Okay, and that's how we're going to grab the group, is the UI mat ID, and our layout is fine. Okay, fantastic. So this, we can get rid of this. I don't even think, is all of this being used? Add UI element to draw buffer. Takes vert count. Yeah, so none of this actually gets used, does it? And L draw start gets set to vert count. So yeah, this happens within the function anyway. So all we have to do is is this. Is that. And we had this diff here, but we don't really care. Actually, yeah, we can instead of doing this. Oh, we do need the vert count. We do need the vert count. That is very true. That is very true. So in that case, we can do this. We don't need to set the group to dirty. What that does is it basically flags the entire buffer for upload. Or maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do that. Basically, oh no, what we should do is instead go into here. I'm gonna open this in a split. We can go into here and we can set these portions of the buffer to upload, basically. We can set these portions of the buffer to upload. So we are going to need... Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to make a size t raw start equals start, and then we will get the current counter is the absolute end. Yeah. Copy to draw buffer happens for current counter to, yeah, okay. That's a lot of mem copies happening, but we aren't going to worry about it right now. Basically what this does, it's better than having a bunch of mallocs, I think. Basically what this is doing is it's iterating through all of the vertices, and it just does it per triangle. It does a mem copy. The way you could do this is just malloc it all at once and then just do one mem copy. I don't know how much faster that would be, because you still have to malloc, and I don't typically like to malloc if we can avoid it. So current counter should be increasing this entire time. Current counter is now the end of the buffer by this point, right? So that's why we set the end to the current counter. So we should be safe to say that we want to upload to the VBO, straight to the VBO from this raw start to the current counter at the end. Yo, what's up, Marcus? How are you? Not much. Just working on some UI stuff, some buffer uploading, refactoring, stuff like that. So if in this case is going to be if the raw start is less than current counter, then we want to do a buffer change. If raw start is less than current counter, yeah, we want to just call GL buffer subdata. We also need to, of course, call the bind VAO with the layout, which I don't know if we have the layout. We do apparently have the layout. Okay, good. Good, we have the layout. So we need to call a GL buffer subdata with the layout, buffer targets, and then the offset will be the raw start, and the size will be current counter, which is in bytes, and the data, which will be vert buffer indexed by the raw start, and we'll get a pointer to that. That's what that should be. Good. Just passed an interview today. Wow, for dev. What type of job? Okay, so let me see if this matches our add text box to draw buffer, which does basically the same thing. I want to make sure we are doing the same thing because it should match. Where do I do the upload? Copy to draw buffer, set buffer region. If update, then this layout buffer target text box draw start, and then we use current counter to do the end. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, to be honest, instead of doing this raw start thing, what I should have done is I should have just taken the element draw start instead of this raw start. Because it's the same thing. So start, yeah. We're just going to trust that whatever start that we put into this is correct. Because otherwise we are going to throw an error, basically. The job is Unity software engineer. Sick, dude. There are 2 interviews left before getting the job. Sick. That is sick. I have definitely looked at a few of these Unity developer jobs in the past. But I have no experience with Unity. So yeah, but you know, I've definitely seen them. I saw one actually in my area. Obviously we want to get this, recently, and I didn't pull the trigger on it. And I kind of regret it, because I kind of live in bumfuck nowhere. This is a draw start is an int and not a size t. The hell am I doing? Yeah, so I'm just keeping this while we're iterating on this, just so that I'm not. I put the layout name on this. Okay, so we are doing a GL buffer sub data on that. So the reason why we're keeping this super elegant and clean and not doing one buffer upload at the end is because I just want to keep it in one function, and if we want to like pass an extra argument for the sub data, we can do that later. I just want to make sure that we aren't, yeah, yeah, the issue is going to be this if globals menus elements stuff free slot. So if we are free slot, then I was continuing here. I don't think that we can do that. I think what we need to do is the exact same thing. Oh, but we don't have vertices yet for that, for each element. Honestly, I feel like the hardest is being noticed because there's so many applicants. There are like 100 applicants on LinkedIn. Yeah, there are a lot of people on LinkedIn. Yeah, I mean, that's great that you got an interview though. It's hard to get an interview. I haven't really applied for anything per se. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I'd be really worried if I got a job somewhere, because then how would I keep working on this? In terms of like if I got another dev job, you know? My dream is that I finish the engine and then I'm able to like show it to some, some studio that, hey, I built my own engine or whatever. That's kind of my dream. But yeah, I mean, dreams don't always come true, I guess. Okay. And also, who knows when I'm gonna finish the engine? I might not. I might die before I finish this engine. Yeah. So let's not worry about that anymore. I think finishing the engine could be very interesting to show it after in interviews. Yeah, definitely could. But I mean, all I see online is we're looking for an Unreal developer. We're looking for a Unity developer. And so I guess I'm not really confident in applying to those things because I don't I haven't ever I haven't really used game engines. I just I just code is all I do. So I just code. Yeah, so if we are only allocating what we know, we pre-allocate everything, then creating new UI elements becomes impossible. We would have to... Yeah, you would have to pre-make everything just like we do text boxes. That's fine. That's fine, to be honest. Okay. Okay, so we are for sure setting everything to the same render group and all that good stuff. Okay, so before I forget this, let's go up here and let me do all of this stuff. So going to max times we don't actually have a maximum, but that's fine because we're reallocating it anyway. So where do I use the vert capacity? Do I use the vert capacity for the GL buffer data? I definitely do, don't I? Yeah, so that's why it's really important to have a maximum amount of vertices before we GL buffer data it, I guess. Okay, so here's what we will do. Instead of doing this, what we should do is we should set this group to dirty. And then I need to look at the code that does that buffer upload. Where is that? That's in... It's either in render or shaders. I think it's in render. What did I call this function? Reupload. Is this it? Reupload VBO render groups. This is for... Right, so this goes per render group that has a certain layout. And then it goes all into here. Layout current capacity. Reupload dirty render groups. That's what it is. This is what does it. So we go through render groups. We bind the layout. If it's dirty, buffer subdata, the G current offset to the G current capacity. Okay. Isn't this, oh no, this isn't the same. This is, if our vert count is less than, yeah, so we just set it to null. Right, so we clear out the buffer in that case. But if not, then we upload the buffer from the current offset to the current capacity. Okay. So this is fine. What if our vert count is less than the current capacity? Else we re-upload VBO render groups. If our vert count is less than the current capacity. I forgot what the logic on this does. But it's fair since I haven't touched that in a week. So what I'm seeing that we need to do here is make sure that our vert count gets set to the G current offset, maybe? No, I think our G current offset is done on a init. I guess we could print out to see what this G current offset, G current capacity is. I think if we went on a init, our capacity doesn't actually reflect our UI elements, obviously. So our G current capacity is obviously so if our count exceeds our current capacity, then we basically rebuild it from scratch, is what I see here. Our layout current capacity sets it to the vert count times 2 for each buffer that's inside of it. And then we allocate it to that, and then we go through those render groups again, and then call subdata for it. Okay. Okay. So all we need to do is call group is dirty equals true, because it'll set this current capacity up automated. We already have this automated. So all we need to do is set this group is dirty to true. And then it should do an upload later. The part that we need to actually do, though, is we need to create a flag just like we have for text boxes, which is going to be a Boolean that checks if we're updating. Because if we are updating, then we just want to subdata straight from here instead of doing one big upload later. Add UI element to draw buffer. It's going to be the same thing here. So when we add to draw buffer at the bottom here, if our element draw start is less than our current counter and update, then we call subdata. Otherwise, we're just going to assume that we are calling is dirty equals true, and we're just going to do one buffer upload at the end of the frame. Okay. So that's how that works. So fortunately, this GL buffer data doesn't matter anymore, because we're doing it at the end of the frame. Now, the SSBO still does matter though. So that's what we are going to take care of here. So I believe that we called it UI elements. Let me make sure. I haven't touched this in a while. We did, yeah, we do it to UI elements and we allocate it to 1024 in the first place. But for now, what we will do is this, right? We will set it to this big maximum, max UI elements times our menu count. The idea with my system is that you basically have a you set up your menus before runtime, and then we just allocate to the maximum amount of UI elements that can live in those menus so that we never have to reallocate space. That's kind of the idea. Now I wonder if we pre-allocate to some large amount. We don't have the layout actually before this, which is important because we can go layout vertex size. I think technically the maximum we can have per UI element. Well, we don't actually know. We don't actually know. Because per UI element, you can have an infinite, technically, amount of points. So I'll just say 18 seems decent. This, of course, each vertex is technically has 9 points. So and typically we have going around corners 12 vertices. So technically it would be something like 48 if everything was a rectangle, which it isn't, but we're just saying, just so that we can avoid reallocating as much as possible, I'm just going to do this. Yeah. Oh, we multiply times vertex size there. That makes sense. Okay, so we don't need the shader. Don't really know why we had that. Let me keep the GLE num here though. Okay. So we find the SSBO, we allocate that. That seems good to me. Okay. We flag the group to dirty. We don't call update, and we have some refactor to do here. So all of this stuff that adds UI element to draw buffer, we need to call true here because we are wanting to call subdata when we push updates. So that's what we're doing here. All of these are kind of old functions that were kind of just like debug tests that use this. So we will have to make something that this function is only for editor mode. Transform all points on CPU. Use transform UI element for runtime transformations. This function shouldn't exist anymore. Or should it? I don't think we use it anymore. Yeah, we don't use this anymore. I'm hesitant to just get rid of it completely. I'm going to comment this out though. and see. And we probably... Okay, we're fine. We are fine. Okay, so let me go to every add UI element to draw buffer call and make sure that we are done with this, I guess, refactor so that we can test it. This is fade scroll bar, which we haven't tested in a long time. Fade scroll bar out. That's a really strange function that I made. Modulate color hover, unmodulate color hover. Okay, so that's all of those. Okay. So how are we going to test this now? I don't really remember how these modulate color things work to test this. I don't really remember at all, but I do need to test this somehow. I'm interested to see if fade scroll bar works. Haven't touched this in about a month, I'd say, but it does what it says. It modulates the color of the scroll bar. And it did it with vertex color, which is why we are changing the vertices rather than just doing the SSBO color, which was an interesting choice. I might make a boolean on each UI element to see if it has per vertex color or not. And if it doesn't have per vertex color, then we can use the GPU color. Okay, but let me see how this... I don't know if this works anymore. It kind of... This kind of would suck to sit here and have to debug this, but I think that we might end up having to do this, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Retrieve scroll bar. Retrieve. What does this do? So this goes through our elements in our menu to find a scroll bar that exists on this container. And we don't have a pointer, do we? Interesting. I feel like that's probably incorrect, but I mean, we could have a pointer to the scroll bar later, but let's not even worry about it. All right, peace out, Marcus. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck on the interviews. Okay, so okay. Scroll bar color A. Kind of forgot what this code did, to be honest. Okay. We can test this out. We can test this out. I think that this had to be set on a container with a scroll bar, and we pass the UI element, and we are casting the void pointer to an element range. And our scroll bar, we're referring to menu index, and our scroll bar element count. Okay. We get the container. Okay, we can give this a shot, I guess. I don't really know if any of this element range stuff works anymore. I think that this is... Yeah, so this is a struct that gets allocated when we set a certain callback. What is the bind function for that? Free element range. Where is the bind range to element? We malloc an element range. Hopefully, if I coded this properly in the first place, this should still work. If I coded this good and not bad. I wish that there was a way to set designated initializers to all this stuff, because I was lazy and I copied and pasted and didn't do this in the first place. And now you're just wondering, like, what the heck is wrong with me, right? Like, this is obviously not good. This is obviously not good. Unhover function. Is this? Yeah. There's probably a way to do this with macros all the way down the file. Anyway, so what this hover callback does is when we set this callback, it binds a it basically mallocs a holder for the data that when we are calling the hover callback function that it will use to interpolate animation wise. And then we have this free element range that cleans it up later. So yeah, let me make sure, I guess, that everything is good to go with this before I test this. Where else? I kind of also wanted to make sure when I load UI from JSON, let me make absolutely sure here that our menu index is getting set here. Menu index. Okay, so our menu index equals the menu count that we are setting it in. Okay, so that's fine. Because we're going to use that, obviously. So let me go to the editor side and make sure that when we are setting the callback, that we set it up properly. Yeah, here. Also, I do remember from last time I wanted to change something here. Apparently, one of these is the incorrect size. Yeah, so this should not be 15. No, it's not this that should be 15. This is 20. One of these doesn't get set. I believe it's this that doesn't get set to 20, which has the unfortunate consequence of you not being able to type into the text box properly. So, need to fix that. The reason why we are so tight with the row spacing is because this is a very large menu. So, yeah, that's why. Okay. Okay, so when I change the hover ID, I do resolve hover callback. Okay. And then on our fade scroll bar, I 100% retrieve scroll bar every frame, right? Okay, now what I want to do is go to where we handle UI events and make sure that I have this set up properly. So first state wasn't hovered, and we set hovered, then our anim delay equals our cooldown, and then our state is hovered. If we are slider, we set dragging to false. Okay. Okay. If we weren't state none, then we set hover to false. Okay. And then unhovered to true. And then set anim hover delay. Isn't anim unhover a thing? No. No, it isn't. We use the same. We use the same thing. Okay. So let me go to process UI state for the hover stuff. We process the sliders separately for some reason. I'm not sure. Okay, so if we are hovered, still hovered, then we call the hover function. Else, we set the delay to the cooldown. Okay, yeah. Basically what this function does is it tells us if we still need to be calling the function. And true means that we still need to call the function after this. I am interested though, why does this always return true? Oh, if e anim hover delay is less than. Okay. Is greater than. Yeah. So once we run out of time on our cooldown, then we just return out of it. Okay. So I'm willing to give this a shot and see what's up with this. I haven't compiled in a while, but let's try and do it. Okay, so let's do a check with our UI if oh wow, okay, interesting. Okay, I'm going to assume that we did not code this correctly. Interesting. I wonder what element this is. That's... Hmm. Why would it be flashing like this? Let's see if we have any. Let me click UI change and see. Error no text platform. Yeah, we have to get rid of this this debug for sure. There's a lot of this in my terminal. The reason for that is, well, I don't worry about it. We were tracking down some other bug. Okay. So I'm assuming that we did this incorrectly here. Yeah, so we gotta figure this out. Oh. Our vert capacity, by the way, has to be in bytes. So this is times layout vertex size, actually, since it's in bytes. I wonder why. I wonder why our capacity wasn't set to bytes here. It definitely should be also bytes. It should be bytes for both. So I was malloking it to that, but my my capacity wasn't in bytes, which now it is, at least. Okay. I wonder if that was just the bug, or if there's something else. Let's also try E is dirty, though that shouldn't matter. It seems like we were not uploading... It seems like we were uploading bad data, from what I understand. But this is only called on update, so we don't even call that. I wonder if my assumption with this was incorrect and that we do need this for whatever reason. An element draw start is 100% gets set here, right? Yeah, element draw start equals start. Huh. No, yeah, this seems fine. This seems fine. Yeah, I wonder if it's deferring this sub data till later that's the problem. I wonder if we just... the issue with doing this here is I don't have... Yeah, the issue with calling sub data on it all is that we can't upload to a pre-allocated buffer to a max. So that's why this current capacity has to be correct. So let me set some debug here. Because I want to see what this gets set to. That will tell me something, and Okay. Yeah, that'll tell me something. Let me also check the layout name. Just to make sure that we're getting the right one. And then let's check the buffer layout current offset. Oh, right. This sets the rest of the buffer to null. Right. Okay. So let's check. Let's check what our offset and capacity is for layout name. Our vert count, and we want the G current offset and capacity, just to make sure that these are reasonable values and that this is automating properly. G current capacity, G current offset. All of this logic that I'm working on here is logic that basically creates a VBO from scratch from different draw buffers. What IDE? I'm using Helix. I am using Helix. Okay, so let's see what this debug says. Let me get rid of... So all of this stuff is in assign SSBO data. We have these printouts that I was tracking because we were fixing a different bug the other day. So let me see what this debug says. Or maybe we just fixed it right there with me allocating the buffer in proper bytes. That could definitely be what was the issue. That could have definitely been it. That could definitely have been it. Okay. Okay, never mind. So that was definitely the problem. Okay. Cool. What I am noticing though is that yeah, UI debug. It's kind of interesting that this prints out so many times. Don't really know why, but regardless, it's working, which is what we care about. So let me go and see the frag shader for this. I need to actually color needs to equal. I want it to be the actual vertex color, which needs to be passed correctly. V color equals A color, not EU color. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, you know why? You know why? I'm just being incredibly dumb. I'm being incredibly dumb. The reason why is because it just didn't have a corner or a border. I just didn't set that up for these. So if I have to UI change this. Why does the border color not work? Okay, so the points are getting set, but it all has uniform color. And it is the vertex color, because if I was menu toggling, then interesting. Okay, so this does. It's just, why is the border so small? Okay, maybe the border was just super small and I'm tweaking. Okay, yeah, the border was just super small and I was tweaking. Okay, so this is working. Even though it does look a bit ugly. But whatever. Little wins. We have little wins here. Okay, so now what we were supposed to be checking a while ago was the scroll bar fade. We're gonna test if this draw buffer thing works. We should really do on change text. We should do the draw buffer update, but whatever. So let me just put this text in the middle and then make a scroll bar really quick just to test this out. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's make sure to move this up in the draw layer so that we can actually click on it. And let's make it an actual color so that we can see it. And yeah, so let's set it to, if I can remember how all this works, we're going to set this to a slider. We want a slider length of 200 in the Y direction. I'm going to go 5, scroll scale 20. And we can try drawing extents. We can try drawing extents. Oh, I didn't set this to a color. Maybe that's why. Oh. Interesting. Our extents are over here. You know what? That actually makes sense because our extents... Huh. Actually not sure about that. Not sure about that at all. Because our extents should be getting... These vertices should be also getting the same transform from here. So, yeah. If I change the direction, does it still... Yeah, it does move. It does change the direction. So I'm not entirely sure about that. I forget if I don't add this to the container. I just have to set this to an ID of whatever scroll, and then we have to change scroll bar to scroll. Okay, and I want to go add to container text box add this to the container, and hopefully this set, oh, we don't want defaults. We want to change this ID to test or whatever. And I will go here, clear container children, and add to container this text box, or this text box. There we go. Test is added. Okay. Okay, so let me test if this is working. Okay, it exploded off of the screen. So this was definitely a large scroll scale, I guess. Or this was just the scroll bars are just broken, huh? Interesting. You fix one thing and then other things break. Is how this works. Okay, well, regardless, we are parented. So that's what we wanted to check. Is I wanted to go in here into the callback menu and change the hover ID to fade scroll bar with a hover data of like, I don't know, 0.5, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so let's see if this. Okay, does not seem to be working. Okay. Oh, no, it did change. You know what? Maybe 5 is just incredibly long for this. Or maybe not enough. I forget what units this is. Oh, hi, Aria. Don't know what units that is in. Didn't I set... oh, we're getting GL errors. We are getting GL errors after our upload. Probably every time we're hovering, right? So let me see this. Hover. Yep. Okay. So now I know where to look. Okay, so on our upload, we are getting 501s. I'm gonna draw a start. It's a current counter. I almost wonder if it's the issue with draw extents, but I'm not sure. Actually, you know what I should have done? I should have done a UI change after I did the draw extents. Oh, actually, I probably did. So that's probably incorrect. Interesting. Layout buffer target, draw start, set it to max, and then we use start here when I do the text boxes. Start is draw start. Start is 100% draw start. It's the same exact thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Let's check out the element draw start and current counter. Because these might be just very strange numbers, I guess, and we can check that out. Draw start and current counter. Okay, so I can check those out. I don't really know what would be happening. We also, when we did our scroll container, this obviously didn't work. Well, yeah. I'm assuming that all of the stuff that we have done with our refactoring broke this somewhat. Our position equals the translation plus the scroll offset, and we just transform to that position. I mean, surely t-scale isn't 0, and it's not, like... I'm just going to hard code it for now, just to make sure that, because this was the bug before, this was not 1-1, and so it was just going to 0 sometimes. But actually, no, we saw it scroll off the screen. It 100% is this, I think. Do I ever get dreams of coding? Actually, no. I mean, sometimes, like very rarely. I typically get very, very strange, vivid dreams, you know? I have like a kind of, like a history of getting like nightmares. What do you mean, dream? You asked me if I get dreams of coding. Yeah, I transformed the UI elements in the same exact way. So I would guess that the UI elements would also not work, so we can test that. What am I up to today? I'm working on making sure that we can do per vertex uploads to the GPU for UI elements like I have for my text boxes. So for animations and stuff like that, I want to be able to modulate per vertex. So that's what I'm working on. Hell nah. Hell yeah. Yep. That's what's happening. Okay, so... yeah, the only way this wouldn't work is if the scroll offset was wrong. I think. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's try to do a scroll bar without draw extents to see if this works. The element draw start has to be correct, I think. There's just no way that that's not correct. Okay. So let us go and make a new thing. Oh, well, let us not do that because this is, unfortunately, the draw layer is 1. And this needs to be draw layer of 2. And then this needs to be moved so that I can change the draw layer of what's underneath it to 1. Very true. Very true indeed. Okay, so let me call this scroll. And then we want to make another element that is going to be scrolled. So let's make this draw layer of 2, move it inside. And just so that it's different, just do this. Okay. Now let's go here and turn this into a scroll bar. What games do I play? I sometimes play roguelikes. Like, I've been playing Slice and Dice recently. It's this kind of really neat dice kind of roguelike. I think it's pretty neat. Other than that, I play really old RPGs like Wizardry and stuff like that. Other than that, I don't really play games very much. Okay, so let's add it to the container and, oh, actually, yeah, so let's make this a unique ID before we add it to the container, just so that this is properly. Okay, so unique gets added. Okay, so our scroll bar will be scroll. Okay, now let's give this a test. Very cautiously. Okay. Okay, our scroll bars are definitely broken. Our scroll bars are 100% broken. Okay. I have to fix that. You played that? Cool. Yeah, I haven't, I guess. I mean, I don't talk about it very often, but I guess it is kind of a niche roguelike. I think it's very neat. Very challenging game. If you play it on like hard or unfair, I really, really suck at it, to be honest. So let me go to hover ID and go to fade scroll bar with hover data of. Oh, wait, actually, you know what I just realized? I don't think that this is hover data at all. Oh. Hover CD. Hover CD is what it's supposed to be. I was being dumb. Okay. This still doesn't work. Let's check. Okay. Oh, you know what? This current counter is not the, so it's current counter minus element draw start, since we're trying to get the amount of bytes that we're uploading. I was just going current counter is the end position in the buffer, so I never subtracted the start position in the buffer, so that's why that isn't working, probably. That makes sense. Our scroll bars are just broken though, which is pretty sucky. That is pretty sucky. That small cube just went off the screen. Yeah, it took us so long to get our scroll bars working in the first place, and now I did all of this refactoring to get all the transforms on the GPU, and now our scroll bars are not working. So let's see what this is. So scroll dir, the lerp of the slider min val, slider max val by the slider val times the scroll scale. Data scroll dir. Yeah, it took me so long to get this the sliders working in the first place that it is kind of painful to watch it all fall apart. Not gonna lie. I thought that this was working, but I guess transform UI element. Yeah, so that transforms just the scroll bar. It seems like it's accumulating into the translation, which makes sense. This actually, okay, so this makes sense. Because what we were doing here with this move text box is that move text box had this false argument inside of it, which what it did was it said if move center, then we move the base center. And we were always going off of a base center. So what we need to do is we need to set, we need to not change translation, or we need to make a starting position for each UI element that isn't just T translation. It needs to have basically the base center. And so instead of this, it would be T base center. And then E base center. The issue is we have to go and refactor here, and now every time we have to make an extra argument for transform UI element and stuff like that to make sure that we are changing the base center, so that it's always has a correct basis. So let's do bool change center and do the same exact thing. So if change center, then we want box base center equals pause. And yeah. The annoying thing about doing like a refactor like this is that now we have to go to every point where we transform our elements and put that to false, and we also have to go where we load our UI elements and also refactor it there. So it's not very fun. I might actually, I was kind of planning on doing a run of Slice and Dice on stream, actually, because I've been enjoying it that much recently. I might do that later tonight. I'm not sure yet, but yeah, that should be fun. My cursed run is at 60, is at floor 60, which is the furthest I've gone in Cursed, like by far. I think it's kind of sheer luck that I've gotten that far. 60 is pretty massive for Cursed for me. I think I've gotten to like 20 something at maximum. But yeah, I was planning on maybe continuing that Cursed run on stream because that might be fun. False. We want to go false for pretty much everything that isn't scrolling it. This is scrolling it, so that's going to be true. Push text container upwards. False? Or true? Hey, what up, Luca? The engine's going good. I haven't worked on it in a few days. I was kind of taking a break to kind of just, you know, recharge or whatever. Yeah, streaming was also kind of getting to me, so I kind of also didn't do that for like a week. But yeah, I've been fine. Engine's fine. I haven't really touched it. Today I'm kind of working on uploading UI element vertex changes to the GPU the same way I do text, so that hopefully for UI elements that get animated, the per vertex, they can change in real time like the text does. Yeah, it is important to rest. I have the entire house to myself, so I guess I'll just be streaming for a few days. I also plan on continuing my slice and dice run on stream, maybe tonight, I'm not sure, but I am at wave 60 on Cursed, so maybe that'll be interesting, high octane, and with a lot of stakes. I wish that we had channel points. Because I feel like it would be fun to gamble on if I'm going to die or succeed on that run. To be honest, I'm like 99% sure. It's like the furthest I've gotten in Cursed by far. I'm wondering how far I can take it before I die. It's like such an insane run. Can I set that up with Nightbot? I tried, yeah. It's like not real, unfortunately. It'd be awesome to lose all your points instantly. Yeah, I typically just like go all in, you know. But yeah, I did do some research. The Streamlabs bot you can apparently use in YouTube. I don't know why I'm scrolling. What is happening? Apparently you can do that also, but unfortunately it's Windows only, the client for that. So yeah. I think that this is actually true. These transforms are true, actually. So I think so. Oh, I think that these are true. That's fine. It's gambling stream. I wish I could. I really wish I could. Yeah, I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't consider switching to Twitch, but I feel like if I like split up my viewership, then that would like be a bad thing. I don't know. Like I'd be splitting up my watch hours even more, which wouldn't be good for getting monetized. So it kind of sucks. But I did, trust me, I did like spend 2 hours researching it, and I couldn't. There was no good option. To be honest, I'm really not sure why YouTube doesn't have something for it. Like it it doesn't really make sense why they wouldn't. Yeah, to be honest, everything should have true under the transforms. The only time we don't want it to be true is when we're scrolling via a slider. So otherwise we want to be changing the center, I think. Let me go check this because I think I did a couple of these wrong. This is false. This is supposed to be true. I'm pretty sure. This is supposed to be false. We're not changing the center when we scroll. The issue is, oh my god, this refactor is actually way more painful than you would think. Yeah, they definitely should. Because, like, there's, like, no downside to it. And that's why I love watching Twitch, is because I get to gamba. You know? That's, like the reason why I AFK in streams and I gamba. Okay? I'm kind of in a bad mood. I tried to stay up for the T1 IG game, and it didn't make it. Okay, I fell asleep, and then I woke up this morning. I threw it on the TV, and I watched the Shy pick Vera's top into fucking Nocturne dive, and he ran it. Okay, absolutely just griefing. And it made me so angry. So angry that I was so hyped for this series, and he just griefed it. Absolutely griefed it. I have no words for what I watched this morning. It was truly incredible. I don't know. I'm like sitting there. I've got my coffee. I'm like, you know, zoned in. I'm like so hype. And then game 4. I don't know what is up with that guy, man. Like, what is up with that guy, dude? What the fuck is wrong with that guy, dude? Anyway. Probably don't get it if you don't watch League, but that's, you know, I kind of watch competitive League kind of religiously because it was kind of like what we did when we were in high school, was play League. That was all the way back, you know, in like 2015 now. So that was when League was a lot better, to be honest, and a lot less bad. But I guess it's like a bit of nostalgia for me. You're on the road with barely any data. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, it was a good series. The issue was they put Gala, one of the best AD carries in the world, on fucking no auto attack champions. He played Ziggs, Smolder, and I forgot what he played game 1, but it sure as hell wasn't a champion that actually auto attacks. Kai'Sa was permabanned. The only game they won was when they put him on Caitlyn, And then after that, they put him on Smolder Ziggs, and he's just sitting there not able to do anything. Guess why? Because he needs a champ that actually auto attacks. Guess what? Where were you driving to? Where were you driving to? Okay, so when we load UI from JSON, we want to set base center to we want to set base center to e-translation. Just set that, okay? Andorra, the little country in between Spain and France. Interesting. Wait, really? That's a country? I've never heard of that place. It's kind of got a neat name. You're in the middle of one? Wow. That sounds beautiful. Sounds like something that we wouldn't have in America, you know, unfortunately. But what can you do? Why is this not good translation? What is going on there? Why does this not get translation? What? We don't save the translation? What the heck? I don't save the translation? What are we talking about? I do save the translation, I just don't set the translation? Okay, I guess we were smoking. We were smoking crack. If I had to compare it, it's something like the Northern Mountains. No idea of US geography. Yeah, me neither. I haven't really been to the mountains. Maybe they're cool. Maybe they're cool. My experience with America has mainly been kind of just towns that all look the same. So, but maybe that's just been my experience with it. I guess I haven't really visited the mountains other than the Blue Ridge Mountains. I visited, Catskills, some places in and around Los Angeles. Yeah, I haven't really visited, all that stuff. America kind of looks the same. It is the same. It is the same. It is a lot of the same. It's kind of interesting, like driving around. I've gone to all these different states and stuff, and you drive around all these towns, and they're exactly the same. Like, like you drive around, and it's like, even like every single restaurant, every single, fast food, every single gas station, like everything inside of a town is, if it isn't a major city, just looks exactly the same. Like the, the layout of everything, it's like, it's truly like really depressing. I think living in America is very depressing. It's very depressing, yeah. Because, yeah, driving around, everything is the same everywhere. Even downtown, right? So I live in a town that has kind of like a historic downtown area, right? It has a historic downtown area. And I've been to many of these different uh, towns that have like their historic downtown district or whatever. And you know what it is? It's one long block uh, filled with restaurants and stores for tourists and stuff, and the rest of the town or city or whatever is just nothingness. It's the same thing in like all these towns where it's like, oh, visit historic blah blah blah, visit historic this town, visit historic this town, and it's literally just one block with with tourist shops and tourist attractions. It's just one long street, and then the rest of the town is just motels and and fast food and suburbs. That's where I live. It's just a bunch of houses, and you have to drive to get anywhere. And to be honest, there's nothing to drive to. It's just the odd restaurant or whatever. We have great landscapes like the Grand Canyon and Yosemite. Yeah, we definitely do. I've never been. I would probably enjoy going and seeing that stuff. That's someplace where I want to go is like Nevada and um places like that. I've never been to like Arizona, Nevada, or Texas. I've never been to those areas. Um, I've been like mainly on the coast. I haven't really. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering how broken this is going to be if I try to like make a scroll bar for the hmm, places you def want to go to is New York, Florida, and LA. Yeah, I mean, I personally would skip out on LA and probably Florida, but hey, I mean, for being a tourist, I'm sure they're okay. But yeah, I hate LA. LA, when I think of LA, I think of overpriced vintage clothing and weed. Um I think of rich people. At least New York is like a cultural kind of epicenter. I think LA is just so kind of it's a strangely it's strange because it's like it's strange. Half of LA is rich people, and the other half of LA is like the surrounding people that are just like kind of racist and weird. And like the rest of LA is just literally just rich people. There's like nobody else in LA anymore. It's kind of a weird. All of the culture in LA is just like dead. I like at least from what I remember. Like I went to college there, and yeah, it was like insane. Like half rich people, and the other people you don't really see. Um, yeah, but I mean New York. I definitely recommend going to New York. I love New York. Uh, living in New York is incredibly depressing too, though. You know, I lived in New York for most of my life. That place is hella depressing if you live there. Also very expensive to live there. I was thinking the other day of like how insane it was to me how I got by living in New York for those years. You know, like it's kind of insane looking back, like how hard I had to work just to live in an apartment with four other people. Um, and I had no money saved otherwise, you know? Like, and when before I had that apartment with four other people, I was literally half sleeping on the street and half sleeping in um random little halfway houses in Newark before I could afford the apartment. And then once I got the apartment, I was in like a very small apartment with three other people. Um yeah, very very I don't know how it compares to places in Europe, but yeah, living in New York was just, I mean, kind of uncomparable to anything else I've ever experienced. Um, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of worried about this because if we're pushing containers and changing the base center while we're scrolling, then we're gonna run into issues. Also, every single time we computer transform, um, we have to compute it based on the base center and not the transform, which is what I was doing earlier. Yeah, drop downs I don't care about. This is also drop downs, don't care. Iterate item inventory. Yeah, I'm not using this either yet. Okay. Never mind, I guess. We don't have to do anything because got a cousin living in New York and he tells you the same thing. Yeah. I had to haul ass. You know? Like yeah, when I was living in Newark in those like I was living in like these like halfway houses with all of these like African immigrants. Um because I was literally like, homeless. I didn't have any money. And I was working in the city at this like deli. I was I would have to get up at like 5:30 to get on the train into the city every day. Every day, and I would have to take the bus to the train. And then I would have to take the bus to the train to get, or I would have to take the train to the bus to get back. I would have to walk like a mile to the bus stop to take that bus, that NJ Transit bus to the path, and then I would take the path to World Trade Center, and then from there I'd have to take the one, And yeah, the commute was like at least 3 hours. Yeah. I'm in a better situation. Well, if living with your parents is in a better situation, then yeah, maybe. But yeah, that was like, that was such a crazy fucking time in my life. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I did it. It was like insanity. Um, yeah, I lived, and then I eventually got a place, and I lived near Astoria. I lived in Ridgewood, which is just a little bit past Astoria on the or no, maybe it's before Astoria. No, it's after. It's on Myrtle Wyckoff, on the L. Anyway, yeah, that place in Ridgewood was nice. That was a nice apartment that I ended up at. Yeah, that was a nice place. Unfortunately, the the deli I was working at closed down. So that was the crazy small world, a crazy big city. It kind of is a crazy big city. I don't know how close I was. Well, I mean, Queens is just, massive. So, yeah, it is kind of a massive city. It's interesting, like, how many people, like, in America that I meet online are actually just New Yorkers, It's a surprisingly large amount of people that I've met online that are from New York. Surprisingly large amount. Anyway, I've been yapping more than coding, I know. Um I wonder if you want to actually change here. Maybe you don't. Because if you do, then if you're in the middle of a scroll, then you're just screwed. So maybe you don't want to actually... Maybe you don't want to change base center then. Maybe you don't. Yeah, I wonder, changed label alignment doesn't actually transform it, does it? Oh, it does. It just sets it raw. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work, to be honest. This seems like it's gonna have a lot of bugs. Okay, let me test it with... I don't even know how to test this, to be honest. You started on the yapping topic? No, it's fine. I mean, to be honest, I don't think people really watch the stream to watch me code. Or maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. To be honest, I don't think anybody's watching the stream right now anyway. But me personally, I would watch a stream full of yapping rather than coding anyway. And I mean, the reason I stream is to yap, not to code. That's for sure. If I wanted to code, then I would just code in peace and quiet. I like yapping. I put you yapping while I code, so what does that make you? I think that's what the I think that's what the whole thing's about, I think that's what the whole thing's about. I think that makes you... I think that's what I'm here for. Okay. So now, God, setting this up every time is a bit annoying. You would think that I would like get smart by now and make this automated so that I didn't have to set this up. But unfortunately, I suffer from an illness called dumbass disease. Unfortunately, it causes me to do things like this. Okay, add to container. We added it to the container. Okay, and our scroll bar is scroll. And hopefully, when I scroll the scroll bar, we aren't going to break everything. Holy shit, dude! Did I actually just fix it? Wow. I was yapping, and I thought that I would mess up this refactor because I was yapping, but I think I actually did it correctly. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure that we introduced other bugs, but we're going to pretend like they don't exist, is what we're going to do. So now let's go here and let's go to toggle callback menu and let's go to hover ID and let's go to fade. Scroll bar, change hover with a hover CD of this much. Let's go and see if this works. Aha! Excellent. See? See? It is fading in and out. Isn't that neat? That's neat. That's really neat. The issue is that, of course, it does leave a UI element shaped hole inside of the menu. The reason why is because this is drawn on top, and it is still drawing it on top, just with no alpha channel. So I don't really know how to deal with that. To be 100% honest. How was I doing that before? I don't know how I was doing it before. But now, for whatever reason, it's just going to leave an alpha channel hole inside of it instead of additively adding color onto it, which is, well, at least we got it working. At least we got it working. Yeah. So that's working. When you were making a post, where were you posting? Nothing happened. I just, I fixed the hover color changing on the scroll bar. The issue is that when you unhover from it, it doesn't actually. What it does is it just keeps drawing a over it with an alpha of 0. So it kind of works, obviously. Kind of works, but yeah. Just pics from the road trip. Okay, let's get rid of that debug. Okay, so that seems to work. Hopefully there are 0 bugs with that that we will run into in the future. I'm sure that it'll work fine in the future when we are changing stuff around. I have no doubts about it. Okay. Now that that's fixed and we have add UI element to draw buffer working on subdata, I guess I'll just do this I'll just make a thing here. We're just gonna put slashes on this. Now next I had on here drag and drop UI elements, also attack animations, edge detection shader. I'm not gonna lie, I feel pretty lazy today. I don't know if any of these things feel quite my tempo. I guess drag and drop UI elements we can do. Basically, what we want is per UI element to have a check if we want to hold it down or not. And if we don't want to hold it down, then we just press. And if we want to hold it down, then we continually update the hold position. Am I going to watch the T1 game tomorrow? There's a T1 game tomorrow? I thought that we had time before the Switch stage. Switch stage. Let me actually look that up. Is it really? Then I'll definitely be watching it. As long as it isn't at 4 a.m. Oh, it's at 5 a.m. Okay, I won't be watching it. I'll try to wake up for G2 TES, which I'm coping on. I'm coping on that. All things considered, like in all seriousness, I think G2 is actually gonna win. I think TS has been running it this season. Like, at least from what I've watched, I think they've been running it. So, I think that there's good hope. I mean, obviously the NA teams are gonna get like. To be honest, I don't really want to see FlyQuest versus T1. I just don't see much value in watching it. I just don't see any point in watching T1 fly. So, you want G2 to win so badly? I mean, all of us do. All of us do. I saw the video that they put up for the new they just put up a video yesterday of them like getting on the airplane or whatever. It was like it was like a sketch. You're a VKS fan? I don't know that team. I'm not gonna lie. Is that an LFL team? I don't know that team. I only know PSG. I don't know Team Secret Wales or VKS. Those just like kind of appeared out of nowhere. No offense. It's a Brazilian team. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why GAM didn't go to Worlds this time, but I guess they're pretty good then if GAM, or it's Brazilian. I don't even know what league that is. But yeah, I mean, I feel like VKS wasn't on the radar last year, for sure. I guess we can add onto here for UI elements. We can add onto state. I wanted to add state held. And we will maybe they're good though. I haven't watched them. I have not watched. To be honest, I haven't been really watching pro play this year at all, other than IG, because I'm dumb, you know. I'm just a dumb I'm a dumb The Shy fan. They're one of the best in the Brazilian stage. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with. I haven't even kept up with LEC, which I usually actually watch some LEC games. I haven't really watched LEC. All I watched was the finals, and G2 looked pretty good. I think their roster is probably the best that it's been in the past like 3-4 years. Yeah. I don't want to be like a hater, but I kind of don't want T1 to win again. Hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy. I did really enjoy T1 winning last year, though. That was like a really, really good series. But yeah, I don't know about this year. Them doing it. I would really prefer oh, that's a bad word. My bad. Yeah, the opening ceremony for Worlds last year was insane. I really enjoyed it. I hope that they are able to do it again. Like something really good again. Like last year was just so insanely good. It's like probably the best opening ceremony that they've ever had. I hope that they are able to top it, but I really doubt it. VKS was second place last year, CBLOL. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't remember seeing them at Worlds. Yeah, last year was crazy. Last year was really crazy. I don't understand it. Like T1 just like runs it the entire season, and then they just show up to Worlds and beat everybody. Did I play ranked back in the day? I mean, yeah, of course. When I was like a teenager, we all played League like pretty religiously. But I haven't played in a very long time, to be honest. I still like watching competitive league because there's like all of this kind of nostalgia factor and just it's kind of like watching a sport, I guess. But yeah, there's just too many champions in the game now. Like it used to be so good. When I used to play League, I played it back when there were still I played it like 2016, 2017 was when I like kind of stopped playing it. I came back to it like a few years later, like in 2020 or something. But yeah, when I was a teenager, what rank did I get? I was like hard stuck gold. But yeah, I remember I started playing when Zach came out. I remember that. Zach came out when I started playing. It was before all the rune changes. I remember I started playing while there was still, you had to buy runes and there were like those circle tokens, It I remember playing with the old client, like the old client. Um, and then I remember when the jungle items came out with the enchantments or whatever. I remember when they got rid of like all of those old keystones. Like I remember when they got rid of Thunderlords and Fervor and all that stuff. I remember I was still playing when they got rid of old items. I was still playing when they brought mythics in. Like who cares about that? Um yeah, I hate what they ended up doing to the game. Everything does way too much damage now. Um the game is just a lot less fun. Every champion has to have dashes. I remember when Kha'Zix and Jarvan and Zac were the only champions that actually could move, Like back in the day, there just weren't mobility, you would just have to actually walk, Uh, Still come back from time to time to play with your old team. You had a team? Wow. Were you good? I mean, my friend, I really sucked. I always sucked at League, but my friend in high school was like high diamond. I think he hit masters, but yeah. I really wish that they had an old classic League client or something. Like that would be so awesome. I really wish they had that because I would play the hell out of that. Just for like the fun of it, Yeah, I always sucked at League. I I think it's half because I would tilt and then I would just play tilted. Um and also I just think I don't know. I could never like stick to one champ or one role. Like I was always just like I would queue whatever I felt like. Like I was mainly an ADC player, but then I would just like queue mid, like rage queue mid, and then rage queue top, and then rage queue support. Like um, which I think is pretty bad for gaining LP, to be honest. But yeah, I definitely got my fair share of 14-day bans, for sure. For sure. Or Top was like that. He would tilt hard and pay aggressively. Yeah, I feel like maybe that works sometimes, but in solo queue, it's kind of, when your main role is ADC, and then you see your top lane int, and then you're just like, fuck, I'm gonna queue top because top is a brain dead role, and I can do better than that. And then and then you play top, and then your bot lane ins, and then you're like doubly tilted now. And now you're like running it down top as well. Yeah, it's not a good combo at all. Anyway. Okay, so I set up the serialization for this. We also want to make it an editable thing in the GUI. So checkbox, NK checkbox label. That's what this is called. I'm just gonna have this under interactable type. We'll have this right under interactable type because that just kind of makes sense to me. Actually, is this inside of a... I don't think it is. Yeah, I think it's just here. It's fine. Is an ADC main, so you know that pain? Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say that I was like actually good, right? But I definitely, I think I could have been a plat player if I just like, I don't know. Playing ADC is so fucking tilting, dude. Like it's just like it's so like it's because you're laning with somebody else, you know? It's like a total different type of hell. You went to Fortnite competitive? That's crazy. Yeah, I never actually played Fortnite. Um I never played Fortnite. Fortnite always to me just looked like bad, like graphically. I'm not losing. I mean, no offense, but I don't think I was ever losing anything by not playing Fortnite. I think that Fortnite, is just like, no offense, but it's kind of like brain rot. It just it always seemed like a brain rot type of thing. Um, at least to me, but it's the same thing with with like Roblox or whatever. Like I just am I insane or it's just like so I don't get it. I don't get it. Like my sister is like way younger than me and she like plays Roblox and stuff. She's like a teenager now. And it's like I'll never get it. I'll never get it. Roblox is just a scam. I mean, I've never played it. I mean, maybe I think I played it when I was like in third grade or something. It has the vibe of a scam game. I don't know. It just seems like predatory towards children. Like Fortnite, Roblox, all of these things just seem predatory towards children to me. And so like I'll never understand it. Like yeah. Also, you know what I just realized? Yeah, let's just comment this out for now, just so that we don't crash. Or, we can just do... I don't really want to do that. I'll just comment it out for now. My COVID addiction was VR chat? Oh my god. Yeah, I would never get behind VR chat either. Talk about things that seem predatory towards children. But maybe it's not as bad. I mean, I've never played it. I've never played it. But yeah. I've never really gotten it either. I'm definitely not like against. I'm not like a boomer that's like against all of this old stuff, I guess. But we also need to go to handle UI events and also, yeah, I'm not like a boomer, right? I get the whole VTubing thing. I get the whole, like, I get some of the stuff, but I just don't. It is kind of gross at the same time. There's something definitely gross going on with some of this stuff. You got a relationship out of it? That's cool. Yeah, it's cool to meet people through that. Without a doubt, I've met like cool people doing stuff like playing MMOs and stuff like that. So I definitely understand it. I get it 100%. But yeah. Maybe it's just very simple in here. I don't remember. Oh, okay. So yeah. So if it's top, if I should really just get the UI element at this point instead of writing out all of this verbose nonsense. That's what I'm gonna do at this point. Yeah, I'm kind of like out of it today. I don't know what it is about me today, but thank God I'm kind of just like getting away with just yapping and not actually coding, because I feel like if I was actually coding, then I would not be coding very good. That's for sure. State, if E one shot in state equals state pressed, then if, okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll do some nesting here. We'll do some nesting. If E state pressed, then we want to E state equals state hovered, I guess, because to press on it, you have to still be hovering it. Else we will set E state equals state pressed. So we're only pressing it, and then else we'll set E state equals state held. Maybe you just set it to state pressed. Yeah, maybe we just set it to state pressed, because state held. Yeah. Delulu is the Salulu? I guess so. So. Yeah, dude, I miss my childhood, I guess, dude. Like I used to be, so you played on this pro team. My version of that was I was like a bee hopper in Counter-Strike. And so I was like a part of the community, and so I had like, you know, I was like admin on a few servers, and so, you know, I like did all the uploading of maps and like setting up the zones and timers and stuff like that for all the new maps that we would add to the server and stuff. And so that was I really kind of miss doing all of that when I was like a kid. That was like the best times of my life. Bee hopping is cool. Yeah, that's why I have it in my engine. I was never good at it. I think, to be honest, this YouTube channel used to be a B-op channel. And so what I would do is I would go home after school, and I would like, you know, I would download some of like the newest map or whatever, and then I would play it, and if I got a good time, then I would like upload my stuff onto YouTube. And I just got flamed to shit about it, you know? Like, actually, um, mostly because by the time I got my PC, I was already into different genres of games. CSGO was paid back then. Yeah, I think I just had my parents pay for CSGO because, you know, everybody else at school was playing it and I wanted to play CSGO. Um, yeah. You know what this is going to do? It's just going to flip off and on, off and on, off and on. E state equals state hovered. Yeah, I need to make a flag that we already clicked it and we haven't pressed mouse button up. Closest I got to CS hype was Valorant. Oh god. Yeah, don't take offense, but I really hate the whole Valorant thing. Oh man. Riot Games copying Counter-Strike is so strange to me. Like, it literally is just like a copy of Counter-Strike, but with League inside of it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But I mean, maybe I'm just, you know, toxic because I played Counter-Strike religiously, you know? I played Counter-Strike religiously when it was good, and yeah, seeing Riot just copy Counter-Strike, it's so strange because it's literally just a copy of Counter-Strike, like blatant copy. Like, you know, just with kind of cartoon, like, I kind of think of it like the same way I think of like Fortnite and Roblox. It's like kind of like a less mature version, I guess, of Counter-Strike. You know, it seems like targeting children in a way. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. That's what makes me like kind of uncomfortable is when companies like start targeting children with like cartoony graphics and stuff like that. See, it's not like it's not like I don't like the cartoonification of violence in video games. I think it's so strange. You know, like when I was a child, right? Everyone was talking about how, you know, video games were going to make children violent, right? And, you know, my parents didn't let me buy Call of Duty for that reason when I was like a child. You know, everybody else got to play Left 4 Dead and Call of Duty, and my parents just never bought it for me. And only when I was a teenager did they let me play like FPS games. And nowadays, it's like this kind of infantilization of violence and stuff. I almost think that this is more strange and damaging to children than having like a realistic violence, you know? I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, I mean, you probably would have liked Counter-Strike back in the day though, if you're into that stuff. Your grandma wanted to exercise you for playing God of War. Yeah, I mean that's how. So, I think that they were wrong, right? That like you know that reaction to violence and violent games back in the day, but I think nowadays with like all of this kind of childlike violence and cartoony violence and all of this, I think that this is almost more damaging to children than having real violence. At least I don't know. I think like I think that cartoon violence is such a strange thing to me because it's like it doesn't show the actual brevity of what shooting a gun can do to the human body and like the horrors of it, you know? Uh, and like just like making everything cartoony almost makes like violence cartoony and, you know, desensitized in a way. Like I think, yeah. But yeah. Not to get too philosophical, but I'd argue that Fortnite is more damaging to the you know child psyche um than something like Call of Duty. Personally speaking, um, okay. So yeah, we need a flag here because what this is just gonna do is it's gonna flip on and off, on and off, on and off. Um, oh, actually, nah, never mind. Yeah, it is. Unless we make a state for it. Sort of lucky because my dad was a gamer, so I played what he bought. Yeah, I also did, but my mom got mad at my dad for for playing it. I remember I played like Unreal um when that came out on my dad's PC, and my mom just like was not having it. So I never got to play FPS games until I was like 13 or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that violent games are damaging to children. I think that cartoon violence is damaging to children. I just don't like the desensitization of violence. I think that violence should be raw and should be bloody and should be gory and should like show what violence actually is rather than just like putting bodies in cartoon costumes and stuff like that. Unreal as the first FPS is wild. I mean, like that's what it was back in the day, you know? Like that was yeah, I mean, what other FPS games were there? You know, there was Quake, there was Doom, there was Unreal. That's what it was when I was a kid. I don't when I was like a kid, um I think that those were like the three FPS games that were out, other than Hexen, Heretic, and some really bad ones. I think Clive Barker's Undying was probably out. But yeah, I remember really loving Unreal when I played it when I was like a child. Like I loved it. Yeah. Unreal is such a good game, man. A lot of black. What is black? Is that a PS2 shooter that I don't know about? I never had a PS1. I only got a PS2. And so before then all I played was the PC FPS games. I've never heard of black. Interesting. I've never heard of this. Wow, yeah, this is a real thing. Interesting. Who worked on this? I've never heard of this. Criterion Software. Criterion Games. EA. They made Need for Speed. They made a bunch of racing games, it seems like. I've never heard of this. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm not doing a lot of coding today. I'm doing a lot of yapping. Sorry. Uh, if our event is mouse button down, uh, we want to just press it once. Um, we can just make a flag for it. It's fine. What you want to do is like you put E, you know, already pressed. I mean, that's just such a bad. That sounds like such a stupid variable name, but that's what it is. um, force unpress. Yeah, that logic works, right? So we set it to pressed, and then the next time we go around, if we don't have it set on pressed, then we set it to true. And then what's the lore of the game? Yeah, I mean, I think that the game, I have this kind of like vision for it as like this party RPG. You're kind of like four characters that I don't really know what the backstory of all the characters are. I think that the kind of like the key point of the game is that they all suffer from like amnesia of some sort, and that they all just like travel together because they have nothing better to do, and they're on this quest to kill this child, because they're told by this vision that they have that the blood of this child will save the world. And so I think that that's like the plot of the game is them on this unnoble journey to kill this child. It's a very strange plot, but it has like this kind of fundamental like philosophical significance to me of like these four characters kind of descent into hell. You know. Yeah, I never heard about that game Black. Yeah, I never got to play anything other than Unreal, unfortunately. But then later I got, like later when I was a teenager, I got into movement shooters. Big time. Big time. And I still play Quake kind of religiously. All the new Quake maps and all of that. So you don't actually want to set this in force on press. No. How do I do this without doing something complicated? If our state is pressed, we want to set E force unpressed to false. every time we get a mouse button up. Yeah, so let's do this here. So if event dot type is SDL mouse button up, then we want to set every element's force unpress equal to false. And so we only set it to true once per press. Hold on. Why is this so complicated? If our state is pressed, and we aren't forced unpressed, then we want to set it to hovered and set force unpressed. No, it's this. I feel like I'm just running in circles with the logic here. Hold on. No, it's or force unpressed. It's or force unpressed. Then you go to true. Maybe both of these are true. No, you want this to false. And then next time you go through, you'll have state pressed. And then you go in here and set unpressed to true. And now you won't be state pressed, and you won't. Yeah. Okay. And then every time you have a mouse button up, then you want to set force unpressed to false to reset the state. So that you get into here. I feel like I'm just too stupid today to figure this out. Why is this so complicated? If our state is pressed, state is pressed, force unpressed. Do I really need another coffee to figure this out? If we were already pressed, set unpressed so that we don't go back into that. But we want to go back into that. We want to go back into this, is the thing. Okay. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. This is fine. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so let's make a new action callback that just is like drag and drop. I want to make a drag and drop callback so that when I click on it, it's going to follow our cursor during runtime, because I actually, believe it or not, don't have that. coded in currently. So I'm going to make that a thing on action. I'm gonna say drag element so that we can make a drag text box later. And so we will make a drag element thing. We are going to bind self, and so the data will be a UI element. And so let's go to this, and let me set this up. So we are going to cast this void pointer data to a UI element, and then we will just transform it. We are just going to call transform UI element L to our current mouse position. We can just use our global's last mpos here. We want to keep the L angle and the L scale. I think we need to actually make this a vec2 because we don't have scale X or scale Y still implemented. So, and we need to change center to. Do we want to actually move the center? Maybe not. Or actually, yeah, you probably do. I wonder how you... My idea is kind of like within a like an inventory kind of context, like you drag and dropping items. I wonder how you end up like magnetizing them, right? It would have to be a different function that we call when we unaction, which is when we stop clicking the element, called drop element. Into container. And then we would need to search get UI element from chords. The thing is, get UI element from chords is going to just get the element that we are dragging currently. We need to get a container. We need to get the closest container. The container with the closest center. Okay. Okay, so let's do that then. So let me open this in a split, and then I wonder if, so I can pass here a UI element pointer skip duplicates. However, this might just get a UI element that isn't a container under it. So this might need to be a different function, actually. But this might need to be a different function, which is going to be a get closest container. All right, peace out, Luca. Thanks for yapping with me. I will use your luck, and pretend like I'm working. Good yap, defo. Yeah, I hope that everyone enjoyed the yap. I enjoyed it. If our element is container, if we aren't a container, then we will continue. If technically, you also want a duplicate to skip, and we will compare the pointer. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. All right, thanks. I will look forward to it. I think I'll be streaming tomorrow, possibly. If we skip duplicate, we'll skip the duplicate. Correct. Okay. The issue is that the way I'm thinking about it is that, so for example, if you have like an inventory system where you need UI elements to go inside of other UI elements, like you have an item that you're like clicking and dragging and you want it to like basically magnetize inside of some container, you obviously don't want it to go inside of like the container that just has the that isn't marked for that purpose. So right now, all this is going to get is the closest container. So this wouldn't actually get anything specific. You would just be able to put it over the entire inventory and then, you know, just stick in the middle, which isn't what you want. You want to you need some way to mark UI elements for that purpose that isn't just if they're a container. You need something else. I wonder how we want to do that. Let's look at what we have on the struct, just to see maybe if we have anything that we can repurpose to that purpose. Repurpose to that purpose. We have an int action data. Honestly, we could just use that. Like, we could just say, if this has an action data of some certain value, then this is, you know, flagged for that purpose. I think that's what I kind of want to do. I mean, I hate to like. It feels like kind of hard codey, but it does kind of make sense for me. Like we have these integers here for that purpose as like just extra data points that we can use for something. Otherwise, I'm not sure what we would use. Yeah, we could use literally any of those ints to hold that flag. We could have a key that we match on. Okay, like this is the easiest kind of most general way we can do this. So key is an index for a container's purpose. For example, an item that needs to be magnetized into an inventory slot needs to be matching based on some key. Okay, so I want to put this if L visible data is kind of definition data that doesn't change during runtime, is our key, doesn't equal our key, then we will continue. There we go. Okay, so now we are only looking for those with the key. Okay, figured that out. Get UI element from chords. This is going to be get closest container from chords. Closest container doesn't actually get the closest container. It gets the highest container that we are within the bounds of. I guess that's fine. That's fine for now. Later we might want to change that. Okay, so now we can call that here instead of this. Get closest container from chords. With our mouse position, we want to skip L, and we want to have an int key of whatever L action data or action data is, whatever action data is. Action data is the on action integer that can describe its function just as an extra flag. So the action data of an element will correspond to the definition data of a container in this context. So and then we want to just transform UI element instead of to our mouse position. We want to transform element into L into container translation. Sounds good to me. Let's go to process UI state. And let me see. When state pressed, We don't have an unaction function, do we? We don't have an unaction function, I think. For example, when we release a function, we don't have it, a thing that we call, which we would need for dropping our UI element into a container. We would need to call this function on the frame that we stop clicking an element. So we would need to implement that. That would have to be a flag just like this unhovered. We actually have this bool actioned. Okay, we can probably use that. I don't think that we were using that. Handle UI events. We want to do, when we set it to pressed, we want to set actioned equals true. We could use force unpress, actually. No, we need another Boolean. We need another Boolean. And the reason, it's the same reason why we have this bool unhovered. You may just be looking at this like, why is this a thing? Because we need to know when we stop unactioning a UI element. Because sometimes it isn't just going to happen for one frame. This seems like overkill, but there is a reason behind this. There's a reason. Even if it isn't necessarily a good reason, it's kind of a complicated reason behind this, but yeah. So unaction will equal true. And then when we process the state, when we have a state pressed, wait a second. Maybe you kind of just want to do a separate thing for if it's unactioned. So I think if our state is none or element unhovered, if element unactioned, we need to do this unaction. We need to call an unaction function. You know why I keep on scrolling like this? It's because I have these new this new headphone cord, and it keeps on just brushing on my scroll wheel like this, which is quite funny. Okay, so we need to actually add that onto the callback. We need to have space for an unaction function, just like I have for my hover callback. So that's going to be annoying. That will be annoying indeed. To be honest, I should do the exact same thing that I do with my hover and just make them Boolean so that we know when to stop calling them. Yeah, that's what we should do. Oh, UI elements, man. UI elements, let me tell you. Okay, so all of these technically need designated initializers. I kind of wish there was an easy way of writing this. I mean, maybe we could make a macro that does this. I don't really understand how macros work, though. So, excuse me for my stupidness, I suppose. I mean, to be honest, we could just like comment these out. Like, we don't even need these right now. I would like to keep them. Do you think that it's just faster to do this? Probably. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. I overwrote my my register. Yeah, I've been quite sleepy lately. I don't know what it is, man. I've just been tired. I'm not sure what is up with it, to be honest. I do not know. Okay, so we just have to add this just to be neat with all of this stuff on action functions. Okay, now the unaction function for this is going to be drop element into container. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. So this will drag and drop an element into another container. What I have to do is when we resolve action callbacks, I have to make sure that we go a unaction function equals that's what we need to do. Don't ask me why this is like this. It just is. I think that that's actually all we need to do. As far as the refactoring to make all of those return booleans, I don't think that we're going to do that today. What I will do it is if we are unactioned, then we want to go if element action dot unaction function. Then we want to call element and for now we will just call it once and then just set element action unactioned equals false. Okay. I feel like this is going to set it to false and then it's going to set it to true again. Actually. In handle UI events, I think that we're going to set it to true again. Unactioned equals true. Oh no. We just set it here once. Because force unpress is still going to be true. Okay. I wonder if this is going to work at all. Okay. Okay. I'm willing to give this a shot. So we'll just like make a container with a specific ID and then try and drag and drop another UI element into it. And we'll see if the position magnetizes, I guess. Okay. So we will make 2 UI elements. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but I made this one underneath the other one, unfortunately. So that's what happened there. Okay, so okay. Let's make another element. That's just a bit bigger than that one. Let's make the color of this one red, and let's make the color of this one blue. Okay, and what we are going to try to do is I'm going to make this a visible, have a visible data of 1. And we will have this one have an action data of 1. And the action ID will be drag and drop element. And we will see if this works. Oh, you know what? We forgot to oh, hold on. Is one shot the opposite? Oh. Yeah, it seems to be only happening for 1 frame. So I messed up the logic. I appear to have messed up the logic. I appear to have messed up the logic. Indeed. Huh. I'm guessing that So this code isn't getting executed because our element isn't one shot. So E actioned E state. Oh, you know what I should also do? Oh, transform UI element automatically actually calls is dirty, yeah. So that's incorrect. I thought for a second that maybe it was something with that, but no. Yeah, I guess that we should try element state equals state none. Maybe it's just state none. Yeah, I might need to log something more here. I kind of just want to test something here with... I want to try getting rid of all of this stuff and just E state equals pressed. Because before everything was pressing and you were able to hold it down. So... I want to see how many frames we call it for, and hey, what's up, Kai? How are ya? All right, let me check what this does. I'm doing all right. A lot of yapping today and not a lot of working, but I'm working on the UI system and my game engine, and so that's all right. Guess I'm just a bit sleepy overall, but other than that, I'm all right. I think I just tried staying up for this professional league match that was happening, and I did not make it, and now my sleep is cursed. It's cursed. So let's see. So we don't even have, we're not even going to have a thing here. So interact press, and then let's just make this callback menu action ID of drag and drop element. Interesting. Yeah, we only call it for one frame. So, yeah. And then we stop calling it. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if I hard-coded it to stop calling it somewhere. If our event is mouse button down, and we are our top forward element, yeah, I had this logic here where if our state was state pressed and our event type was SDL mouse button, wasn't SDL mouse button up, and we were a slider, then we continue. Maybe we just want this in general. Maybe we just want this and our UI element. I should, whatever. This is very verbose, but if we aren't one shot, then we should continue there. Yeah. Because who cares if it's a slider? If it's a slider, then it won't be one shot. This is what this new field is supposed to do. That's why all of our sliders work. Basically what this does is it makes sure that we, if we haven't unclicked our mouse button, and the element is supposed to be able to be held down, then we continue pressing it in this case. And that's what this does as well. So let me test if this works now. I assume that it will. Yeah, after I implement this, I kind of... What am I working on? Still the text boxes? UI element stuff now. The text boxes are all working. Now it's kind of just like... I'm kind of making a feature now where you can make a UI element magnetize inside of another UI element. Well, I'm not kind of making the feature. It already kind of exists. I'm just kind of playing around with it, you know? So go to callback menu, drag and drop element. Okay, drag and drop element. Now we should be able to... No, this is still... Yeah, this is still not holding it. It still only happens for exactly one frame. Why? Why? If our state is pressed and event type doesn't equal SDL mouse button up. Yeah, this was, so basically the way SDL events kind of work was that like I made this thing that says like if we haven't had the mouse button up event, then we will basically I do continue here because you want to stay pressed basically. But for some reason, maybe this, well, even in this case, if we're state pressed and our event type isn't SDL's mouse button up, maybe we just want to try getting rid of this in general. Like just straight up deleting this and then seeing if we get a printout at all here. Because this is exactly what we use for our sliders. And our sliders work fine, obviously. But for some reason, it isn't working for our buttons. I wonder why. I already checked to make sure that we don't Yeah, you kind of want to go to process UI state and see where we do the sliders. We do all of the sliders here. And then here is everything else. I see a return here. But this is only if interact dropdown. We aren't even working with dropdowns right now. Here we call the function. The val should be null, and we exit out. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to go here and then we will print out the state for each UI element with its ID, just so that we know each frame what the state is. We'll just debug it like that. Okay, let me try this again. Because I wonder if, I don't know. I do not know. Oh yeah, I should change the ID, shouldn't I? Also, it's kind of weird that it means 2. Maybe I just clicked twice, to be honest. That's probably what I did. Let's make this an idea of ID, just so that we can test. By the way, it would be a state of 2 would be pressed. So I'm only seeing hovered. Okay, to be honest, this is quite verbose. I just never see it with a state of 2. I literally never see it with a state of 2. And what that indicates to me is that it gets changed before it enters here. Before it enters here would be. I want to make sure that this is only dealing with boxes. and we don't accidentally toggle an element here. I think it looks all clean. I wonder, state none. Place where I assign it state none is here. Yeah. Yeah, it's highly suspicious to me that I'm only getting state ones because state one is obviously hovered. And so what's happening is we're setting it to state 2, which is pressed, and then somewhere we are setting it to unpressed somewhere. I feel like there's probably something that I hard coded maybe, which isn't good. This is there anything that I did hard coded here? Yep. I knew it. The reason why I did that was because we were pressing buttons a lot more than we should have. And we were like crashing because of it. Okay, so now that that's figured out, we can undo all of these changes. Very typical that it just ends up being that I hard coded something a long time ago. Whoops, my bad. That's pretty common with a project this big. Is like sometimes it was like a long time ago I code something that that now we're working on, and I totally forgot that I hard coded it because yeah. How can I build a habit of coding for long periods like me? Well, to be honest, I was yapping most of today, but I don't know. Once I'm kind of like focused on something, it's hard for me to like get my mind off of it. I don't know. What I like to say is that I have a lot of things that I don't like to think about. And so thinking about what I'm working on becomes really easy when I have a lot of things that I don't want to think about. But I feel like that's just a really bad answer. But I don't know. I don't know how I code for long periods. I've just always done it like that. Okay, so this is working. It isn't maybe necessarily as I don't understand how this is strange because, for example, if we do this is like way faster and it works properly. But if we do it during runtime, this is like laggy and it doesn't work properly. So I'm assuming that it's like laggy. It's like laggy. And so I'm assuming that we are toggling this still on and off somewhere. I'm assuming that that's the case. Oh, you know why it might be? Oh, maybe not, actually. Yeah, let's try to get rid of all of this. Oh, you know what it might be? No, it probably isn't that. I wonder why it's laggy. It's definitely toggling on and off from somewhere. It's just that the logic is kind of hard to figure out. Yeah, sorry, I have typically like bad answers to things like that. Like, I don't know. I think I have like ADHD, and so it's kind of just like what I do. It's that I just kind of like, I think I do it to a fault, you know? Like, like I just like kind of will just do this all the time and not like make food for myself or go to sleep, or I just won't do it. Like I will just like code, Yeah, I'm not sure here. Yeah, the IT is going to be default. Yeah, we probably still need to actually go into the handle UI events, and the thing is, what calls process UI state? What calls process UI state? What calls this? Check UI state. And what calls check UI state? Check UI state. We just do it every frame. We just do it every frame. We just call it every frame, and we do this every frame. Our best way to check if it's our state getting toggled is, honestly, we should just like compare the element ID. We should just like string compare this to something so that we don't like get a bunch of like bad debug out. To test. To see if the state gets to none ever when we're dragging it around. And then okay. So hopefully that will give us some tests to see if we're toggling on and off. To be honest though, I don't think our state is going to state none. I don't think that that's what's happening. But technically we should just be calling this every frame, just the same way we call our thing for moving it. So I don't really understand why this would not work. Oh, you know what? We didn't actually change the ID to, we didn't change the ID to test. Holy bro, this is insane. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Okay, test state none, state none, state none. Okay, good. Okay, so we aren't getting state none, which is what I assumed. We aren't getting state none, which is what I assumed. Yeah, so we are dragging it consistently. With, yeah, so once we start dragging it, I don't really know what all of the skipping is, but actually maybe this skipping has something to do with it. Huh. Yeah, so basically what happens during a frame is that basically this is supposed to be called every single frame. And what this skipping is saying is if our state is pressed, and these other conditions are met, that we're going to stay pressed, basically. If we haven't gotten the mouse button event for us unclicking, then we will continue staying pressed. So that's what this skipping is saying. This should only be printing out once per frame because only one UI element should be pressed at once. And so that's why this is confusing, because as you can see, here we skip 1, here we skip 1, here we skip 2, here we skip 1. and then we stop dragging for this period of time. We don't call this element function. And so we need to go through our what I'm betting is that our process UI state is not being called every frame. I don't care about test pushing the battle log. How does my game engine work so far? Think of general structure. So my engine kind of follows the principle of pre-batching. So typically game engines, what they do is that they just take in their assets and then they find common materials and render options and texture sizes and things like that, and then they batch. But my engine instead generalizes it into materials, and materials are basically render passes. So typically the pipeline just starts with materials. So these are all of our materials, right? And the idea is that later you can put this in a JSON or whatever. And so you start with your list of materials. Materials are unique combinations of render options and render passes, right? And so we can, after this, with optimized batching, afterwards we do batch some of these together. The idea with these materials, though, is that you can make your own rendering pipeline. So basically, our post process is a material that has a shader and has a VAO layout attached to it. And this just has a position in the overall buffer of materials. So all our draw commands look like are is basically this. All we do is we iterate. We of course do all of this stuff, which is, we play our animations, we upload our UBOs and our SSBOs, and then all we do for a frame is we iterate over our render groups, which is our batched materials, and we just use their properties and whatever is inside of their buffers, and we draw it, and it's that simple. I think that this was the simplest way I could find to make it super extensible and also very flexible. Like, for example, if I want to make an extra like post-processing pass, it's literally just as simple as me going like this and then putting a new shader in. And so yeah, that's kind of how my engine works. From a simple perspective, right? Is you have shaders, you have vertex layouts, you have frame buffers, and then you utilize them in materials to tell my engine the order and the options to draw out of the screen. So that was my kind of idea for the pipeline, and it took a lot of like refactoring, to get to that point. It's like kind of started with everything hard coded and render passes hard coded, and then I was just like, eventually I was like, okay, but what if you want, to change this around and you don't want to like edit the source code? And then I was like, okay, well, we have to abstract this away. And so materials just are basically, it's basically like a command buffer in the Vulkan like way of thinking about things. Is you have a list of commands here. So if we're going to clear the color, if we're going to clear the depth, if we're going to attach a different FBO texture, a sort for when it happens, and other things. This dummy instance is basically every asset in the engine, basically every entity, once per frame, basically says to each render group, hey, I exist, and then sets up an instance for it to get drawn. Obviously, for your, volumetric whatever passes, you want to have a dummy instance so that an entity doesn't have to write into this and attach its model matrix and whatever. So that's how we deal with that, right? And then you have other render properties here, and that's it. So, you have your draw command and your draw mode, and then these layouts all correspond to vertex layouts up here, which are all set up on init. We have our, default entity vertices with all of these attributes, which obviously correspond to our shader. And then you have your shaders abstracted away and set up here with their uniforms and UBOs and SSBOs. And yeah, I mean, all of this is kind of abstracted away so that if, I guess, someone were to use my engine, what you would do is you would just write something like this. You would initialize a new shader. You would initialize a new frame buffer, search for that frame buffer, add uniforms, create a vertex layout, create a uniform, and then that's how you create your render passes. So, was it a pain in the ass to do all that? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Believe it or not, the UI stuff is the pain. The UI stuff is definitely the pain. So we aren't getting state none, but we are skipping and not calling the element function, which means I wonder if there's another return here that's happening for whatever reason. I love this. How much coding experience do I have? I've been coding since I was like 16. I did like AP computer science or whatever. And then, so I did like Java and stuff. And then I did like JavaScript web stuff. But I've never actually had a coding job. So I'm just pretty much self-taught, I guess. So yeah, I guess I've just done like odd projects over the years, like Chess Engine and all that stuff in different languages. And then, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've just worked in restaurants my entire life. So it's pretty funny that like people come and watch me and they're like, they have like coding jobs and stuff and all that. It's just like bizarre to me. I didn't go to college for this. I went to college for random things. And never did very well in school, to be honest. Except I got a 5 on the computer science exam because I was like into coding and stuff. But other than that, I mean, school just always sucked for me. So, yeah. My dream is that one day my Prince in Shining Armor is going to view this stream and be like, wow, what a badass or something. But yeah, I don't know. So I'm almost wondering if we even get into here every frame. Is this where we process our state? And if we're skipping and then not calling this, then what is the case for that? Element equals state pressed. Let's print ID pressed. I need to step through this because somewhere here we are falling through the cracks and not calling this function. I sucked at school, but good at abstraction. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my problem is I suck at like focusing on things that I don't care about. Like, I just will stop doing the work and like not go to class. Like, I just can't be, I just can't bother with it, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of like my flaw or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, definitely relate to that. Yeah, let's see what that says. I'm super confused. So this skipping is getting called way too much before we call the element function. And then we still are pressed. We just aren't calling this. So I don't understand where the case is for that. Yeah. Yeah. I went to school for music composition. So I'm definitely into art as well. It's just like eventually what would happen in college for me every time I went back to college is that eventually I just would stop caring about it because everything would just like suddenly be like, boring, and then I would just like not go. So the skipping is basically when we check for new events, we check if we have stopped pressing the element down. So if I make an element here, we have to toggle the menu. If I make an element here, a little interesting that we make two. But yeah, so if I make an element here with an action ID of drag and drop element, then so basically what happens when we check for new events, we are skipping anytime we don't have a mouse button up event. So if we haven't stopped clicking the UI element, then we are going to skip checking for new events for it. So that's what the skipping means. The thing is, we should be skipping only once a frame for the UI element, since there's only one UI element pressed. However, we have to kind of do this and then stop. Okay, maybe this is it, because we call frame. It's just these should not be variable things. They should not be variable amounts. Check UI state. The thing is, check UI state definitely gets called every frame, like without a doubt. Without a doubt gets called every frame. You'll join the Discord server? Awesome, yeah. The Discord server is awesome. I kind of wish people talked in there more. I try to, you know, we were talking about basic the other day and stuff like that, so definitely talk a bit in there. Quite a bit. Yeah, so every time we enter a new frame, we definitely call it. However, this skipping, maybe this is a complete red herring though. And all right, thanks. I appreciate that. I stream pretty regularly. Whenever I'm up for the whole coding thing. Yeah. Thanks for I'm glad you enjoy it. All I do is I kind of just like sit here and code and try to bug fix, etc. I want to see like side by side where my editor loop is, because in map.c I have this transform UI element that happens, obviously, and this is the one that's working. Oh. You know what the difference is here? Is that this is basically, it doesn't check if we're inside of the bounds of it. It just moves it to there. Also, I'm pretty sure that this should be L scale, L scale. Yeah, but otherwise it's exactly the same. If we have mouse button left, then we're moving it, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe we I don't know. Got it to C around 6-7 months ago. Due to being busy, I was doing barely stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you with that. But, you know, I mean, I just love C, you know? So it's just something that I kind of just do to do it, you know? I don't understand. Maybe I sound like a jerk here. I don't really understand why anyone would code in a language other than C after learning C. But yeah. Actually, you know what's interesting here is that let me try skipping ID. And let's also put when we're hovered. basically what this checks is if our UI element, if we are hovered over it. However, this, I wonder. For a job? Yeah, exactly. But I mean, who's the one running the companies, you know, for a job? I feel like it's very interesting that a company would choose. Maybe I'm just a jerk. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a jerk. I just don't understand. I mean, maybe. Oh. You know what's probably happening actually is. What's happening is we're probably. Oh. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Yeah, that probably has nothing to do with it. What's probably happening is it's actually calling this multiple times. It's calling this multiple times because this happens in a while loop with the SDL thing. This is handle UI events happens in a while loop. So it happens for each event. So that's why. Or does it make me a jerk? I don't know. I don't know. Like the whole like I don't want to like be elitist or whatever, you know. It makes sense, I guess, to have like, you know, your JavaScript and your Python or whatever. It probably makes sense to some degree to have those things. It's just me that doesn't get it, you know. Maybe global's last impos is wrong, but I don't understand because maybe there's somewhere else. I mean, the state isn't none is the problem. Like, if the state was none, then I would understand it. But the state is not none. Maybe you know what I should do? Maybe I should move the thing around in the process UI or check UI state. The reason why I had this update text boxes or something, maybe I should do this before handle player input. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. We are moving it every frame. The only difference is that when we're in editor mode, which is the thing that works correctly right now, the only difference is that this is tied to one element, and I guess I guess it's hard to tell when we aren't calling the function. You know, is what I'm trying to say. But I think I had a similar like issue with the with the whatchamacallits, with the sliders. When I first made the sliders, I had a similar issue. Okay, so okay, this is actually apparently working fine now. We aren't dropping it. Okay, the only reason we dropped it there is because it's behind this element. But yeah. I wonder what fixed it. Okay. Well, I apparently fixed it somehow. Maybe that was just what fixed it, was me moving the handle before the process. You know, that would actually make sense. That would fully make sense, you know, because that's how our editor side works, is that our transforms happen before we process the events. So yeah, that's probably why. It's because apparently we need it to happen in that order. We need to transform before we process the events, which kind of makes sense. Take the W, man. Thanks. Yeah, I will take the W. Thank you. Now let's check. So the reason why we set all this up was we were doing this drag and drop. So this is the drop, which like magnetizes it into a container. And so we have to go back and set that up again, since we kind of tore it apart while searching for this bug. So we are going to do this again. So we set action to true and unactioned to false, which seems weird, but yeah. So if our event is STL mouse button up, then we set every element to this. And now we need to do okay. So we need to say if E state is state pressed. So if we are going to be stopping our state of pressed, then we need E unactioned equals to true, and we need E actioned equals false. And we need to do the same thing over here. Okay. And then when we process this state, if we are unactioned, then we want to call the unaction function. Unaction is basically after you stop clicking on something, right? Then it does this callback function. Right now we're just going to do it once. And what it's going to do is it's going to look for a certain container with a certain key, and then it's going to try and magnetize our element into that when we drop it. Okay. So hopefully this looks correct. That does look correct to me. Okay. So element unactioned. Okay, hopefully I'm doing this correct. Technically you don't want to set this, right? Because you're going to set this unactioned equals true here. Okay, let's give it a shot, I guess. Let me make sure that I have this hooked up. Drop element to container, yeah. Let's give it a shot. See if we can drag and drop into a thing. I'm probably gonna take a 15-minute break here soon. I have to do a few things. I have to get something quick to eat. I have to check the mail. I have to do something else real quick. Okay, so we're going to make an element. We are going to set it to red. We will set the callback to, well, first of all, let's do this. So let's make these our things. Let's make this, it has a visible data of 1. This has a visible data of 1. This has a visible data of 2. Okay, so let's do this test. So let's go here, change the action data to 1, and the action ID will be drag and drop element. Okay. Let's see if we magnetize in there. Okay, it's hard to tell because this this is supposed to be a higher draw layer, I think. Interesting. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of this. Gotta really get rid of that. Okay. Gotta get rid of that. Alright, peace out. Thanks for chatting and stopping by. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wonder if it's not getting into here. I also got rid of this for whatever reason. Probably. Okay. So let's get rid of this debug now that we have it fixed. Yeah, I wonder if this... Sup? Yeah, I remember. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I wonder if... I want to get rid of that and see if that fixes it. Yeah, how about this? Let's not touch other flags. Let's only touch the flags that are relevant. Let's only touch the flags that are relevant. Oh. Oh, we have a return here. We have a return there. So we were returning before we ever got to the onAction function because our state was probably none. How's the game going? Game's going good. Well, I mean, I'm working on the engine, coding stuff, UI stuff, etc., etc. Just coding away. That's what I do. Listening to lo-fi beats so that the copyright police don't get me. You know how it is. Okay. So this is going to be 1. This is going to be 1. We can set this to 2. Okay. So let's make an element. Let's go here and let's set it to 1 and then drag and drop element. No container found. No container found. So we are calling the function. We just aren't finding a container. Oh, you know why? You know why? It actually has nothing to do with this. It has to do with these aren't actually set as containers. These aren't set as containers. I was about to go down a rabbit hole there. Yeah. These aren't containers. That's why. So now this should work. Hopefully. Yep. Boom. Boom. See? They, it magnetizes inside of the thing. The reason why it's like sticky for us to pick it up is because we need to set the draw layer to 2 so that it's above it. But yeah, now it should. See? Boom, boom, boom. Sick. That's sick. Now the issue is like when you drag it outside, right? We need to cache somewhere basically what the last container was in so that when we go out here then we can go back, right? And so I need to basically make a pointer somewhere that can go back there, if that makes sense. We can store that pointer like literally anywhere and that'd be fine. We can put it like in any of our callback data. Yeah. Am I familiar with Cruelty Squad? I am. I unfortunately, because I have a really bad PC, I haven't played Cruelty Squad, but I think it's sick. I think it's very sick that people are making games like that. I love very strange art, which hence why I make very strange art. Okay, so yeah, that is that's pretty much what I wanted to get done today. Just kind of, it's kind of cool that it magnetizes inside. So the idea, right, is that this, we can set this to a certain array layer. Is this? I wonder why. Oh, maybe I need a UI change. That's why. Okay, so we need a UI change to do that. But yeah, so this, basically you can set the texture up. You can set the texture up. It just needs to be kind of set up beforehand. So you can set it to a text array, right? And then you would basically have like a, whatever item texture here. And if I can find something that looks like an item texture, I might just not be able to find something that looks like an item texture, and that'll have to be fine. I thought that here I might have one. I wonder why array layer isn't working. Oh, it's because, oh, I see what's happening. So every time you change array layer, you have to UI change. I see. Because that's per vertex data. That's per vertex data. Basically, so this is our grass texture, okay? But yeah, so basically you would have like an item there, and then you would, be able to move it around, obviously. But, obviously it doesn't have to be this scale. It can be like this, whatever. And then, but yeah, we have to like make it so that this magnetizes back to here when we drag it out of bounds, right? Don't know how I'm gonna do that. It's probably like have to cache this somewhere. Yeah. Oh, you know what we could do? That's actually a super neat idea. Instead of doing that, what we could do is when we're UI dragging drop element. When we're dragging an element, we can just do this and false and not change the base center, and then only here change the base center. And so we can, if we don't find a container, we can just go straight back to L base center and just go back to where it was before we started. Yeah. Let me try that. Let's try that. Hopefully that works properly. So basically base center is the cached position that anchors us there. It's mainly used for scroll bars so that we don't additively change positions. But I think that this is a kind of like a neat way of doing it. Yeah, let's try this. After this compile, I am going to take a 15-minute break. And because honestly, I didn't really do a lot of code. I was like yapping a lot, talking a lot this stream for like 5 hours, but yeah. I'm going to come back with another coffee and maybe code for a little bit, but I think I'm going to continue my my cursed slice and dice run that I've been dreading because I think I'm going to lose soon because we're on floor 60. Which is the furthest I've gone by far in slice and dice. So okay. No. Oh, see, look. It's the reason why it's sticky is because we don't have in render properties, we don't have draw layer set to. So now look, this will magnetize back. Oh my gosh, it magnetized to 0, 0. Why did that just happen? Okay, so it mainly works. Why did it go to 0, 0? That was so weird. Okay, so I'm not being able to, I can't replicate the bug, so I'm just gonna assume that it doesn't exist. Boop, boop. This is pretty neat, huh? I could do this all day. Okay, okay, I'm gonna stop moving the box into the other box now. Um, even though it is quite satisfying. Okay. I'm gonna stop moving the box into the other box. Okay. Um, so that's pretty neat. We have that was surprisingly easy to set up. So, um, the neat thing about these UI elements, by the way, is that we have this sprite sheet that I coded, which is you can set this to any width and height, and then set an index, right? So you can have a sprite sheet, and this will basically magnify it. And then if we change this sprite ID, it should, yeah, it'll move over. It'll move over, as you can see. So that's all neat and cool. So yeah, basically what that's doing is it's magnifying in, and then so the sprite ID, you can have a sprite sheet of whatever resolution, and then have all these different indices of your different items or whatever. And that's probably what I'm gonna have for my game. Is I'll just have like sprite sheets full of items, and then just basically index them. So if you have a certain item to display that, we're just going to have sprite ID that we're gonna use. Okay, so that's cool. Neat. Yeah, it is a Fitch toy. I do that a lot, where I'll just make something, and then I'll just be like, wow, how neat is that? I'm sure it's not riveting to watch. It's like, oh, you've basically abstracted away how to drag a box into another box. With a billion callback functions that, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. And then when I come back, I might code for a bit. I might just do my slice and dice thing. And yeah. Thanks for watching as always. I'm gonna put the thing on the screen now. Is this okay? This is, or maybe it is. Getting coffee BRB. There it is. I'm back. I'm just eating. So this is all we have left. This is all we have left. Attack animations, an edge detection shader. Basically, it's going to be like, you know, you can select the enemy that you're about to go into combat with. And the entity behavior callback. So if an entity is in combat, it's going to execute different code than if it's not in combat. We also need to make a combat event system slash, you know, just something that when we initialize combat, it's going to be its own struct of, you know, a combat encounter. And inside of that struct, we'll have like the last 100 actions that were taken, all of the, you know, whatever is happening, the turn counters, etc. And then we can have our first encounter. The idea is for the combat to be like similar to old CRPGs or DRPGs. Kind of like wizardry and might and magic sort of thing, but taken into the modern era. I kind of want like you to have a party of 4, and they can all be positioned differently, and the camera, when your turn changes, is going to change to those different people, basically. So that'll be neat. That'll be neat. I don't know if I want to do any of that right now. So I don't know. I could make the whatchamacallit, the model for the first weapon, I guess. Even though we already have the gun, I kind of wanted to make a scythe, but do I really want to model right now? I don't know. Don't know if I'm feeling like it. Let me look up scythe. Yeah, I mean, I could model the scythe now. The scythe is going to be cool. And I guess the idea is when you're, you know, when you press attack or whatever, a certain animation plays. And so we can maybe try that feedback, that kind of loop, that that concept out. Or I could not do that because I'm lazy and I don't I don't want to do that. This is all we need to do to get to our first combat encounter though. We need animations. We need this shader. I don't really know how to do this shader. I figured I'd just find something online like usual. I don't want it to be very expensive. I was just thinking maybe it just like takes in a flag. We just have an entity flag that just like says if this is you know, if we need to give this a highlight color. Or not. Yeah. Change entity behavior callbacks. Switch on current state. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't done this thing where I switch my thing around. I hope that I'm not gonna dox myself by moving my window over here. Am I fine with this? Am I allowed to do this? I think I'm fine. Maybe I should start another stream if I'm going to just like yap and do my slice and dice thing. I've never done this before. If I can just like change my title to not C and OpenGL I'm going to continue my Slides and Dice curse run. I only stream, by the way, coding on this channel. So if you're not into this, then feel free to not. But I'm just going to sit here and yap and roll some dice. And maybe I will model later what I feel like it. This is going to be like high stakes though, because this run has been going on for over 4 hours. So it is definitely not chill. It is definitely not chill. That's for sure. Yeah, it's going to be very stressful. I'm considering like doing a warm-up run before I attempt this, because I feel like I'm just going to run it, to be honest. I'm like so worried about losing at this point because this is like the longest run I've had by far. I think, to be honest, I've just gotten lucky. I've just gotten like plain lucky. I don't think that there's any reason why I've gotten this far, like skill-wise, other than just pure luck. So, okay, here we go. I'm considering doing a warm-up run, even if we just like do it super fast, because I'm like worried that I'm just going to run it. Like I don't know. Before this run, my high score was 18. I mean, on my phone, it's like 20 something, but yeah, 61 is pretty insane. I'm gonna do a hard run just to warm up, because I just don't trust myself. This doesn't seem that bad. I mean, maybe it is pretty bad. I don't know. I'm like a tunnel vision fan. I mean, maybe that's just me being bad. But I'm a tunnel vision fan. Like, this just seems... I mean, this is obviously... You can't play that. Rightmost Caltrops is unplayable. I might just take tunnel vision too. I've won tunnel vision like more often than not taking tunnel vision. Like I've won tunnel vision more than Ad Wisp or Ad Wolf. So that's what I'm rocking with. There are some really easy ones that I'll take, but like I don't know, I've really struggled for whatever reason lately with whatchamacallit, Ad Wisp and Ad Wolf. And they weren't even there. And the extra HP thing, it doesn't sound like it would be that bad, but I feel like it might be just like unplayable versus like if you don't have the setup to kill. I feel like it could be pretty bad if you just don't have setup. So that's why we're not playing it. Also, I think depending on the number, it might have been like, I don't know. It said big enemies like dragon, and I don't really trust it to just be big enemies. Like it might be, oh, this is awful. It might also work for like stuff like Lich, and if it's active for like stuff like Lich, then that's unplayable in my opinion. So I don't know why I did that. Okay, to be honest, I am clickbaiting here though, because I'm not actually playing my 60. Yeah, I'm so excited for Worlds though. I don't know why I like watching League way more than, I mean, I think that that's just typical to like watching League more than playing it, obviously, but you do always love to see a fountain. Yeah, I hate playing League. I love watching it though. I wonder who's gonna win. Honestly, I think BLG is gonna win big time. That's it's either gonna be HLE or BLG, I think, this year. If I had to put my money on someone. What is this? Heal 1 cleanse. I'm fine with doing that. Okay. Okay. I guess not. To be honest, I probably grief that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, do we have lethal here? Yeah, we do. Stasis to the left side. Yeah, I never understand why this. I mean, this is so the reason why this exists is because of petrification, but I never. Oh my gosh, did we just. Dude, I'm rolling like insane. That was crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I recently started playing this game again recently because yeah, I recently started playing this game again recently. I forgot why I picked it up again because I hadn't played it in a very long time. Are we taking the 1 here? Am I taking the 1 here? I hate Enchanter, by the way. It's like actually awful. It's like actually just so bad. I'm fine with taking this. Reason being I can just like put it on like that's insane, right? I don't think I'm taking the 1. Oh my god. I think like a random video popped up in my recommended about it. Oh, well, we rolled the 1 3 times in a row. I don't think that we can do this, unfortunately. Wait, hold on a second. Oh my gosh. Hold on. That's huge, actually. I totally forgot that Enchanter had this. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. I never play Enchanter, so I never use that. But yeah. I mean, we're just rolling insane, so I don't even have to try here. I don't even have to try, yeah. Yeah, sure. I might actually take this. It's too... This is quite dangerous. Oh yeah, you're just so dead. You're so dead. You're so dead. Like, there's actually nothing I can do. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's just... Yeah. There's literally nothing I can do. That's unfortunate. And now we have 2 bones. Okay, so are we losing this run? Hold on, let me... This gets us the stun at least. Okay, we need Gambler to roll good. Or else we're completely screwed. I mean, this just isn't good at all. This just... Yeah. I mean... Oh, wait. What am I talking about? We're fine. We're so fine, actually. We're so fine. What am I talking about? Okay, massive. Absolutely massive. Okay, we'll take it. I'd rather not. Yeah, unfortunate. completely unfortunate. Okay, we have to be joking though that this is killing us right now. I mean, it's kind of on me if I lose this run because I did choose to play. I can't like rage about it because I did choose this. Okay, we gotta lock in here because I feel like... Is this good? Or should I start working on a carrier? Oh, that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, actually. Oh God. I wonder if there's a sequence here. No, that just gives me... Okay. No, it's still... It's still the same thing. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. No, just... Yeah. Wait, hold on. And then... Oh my God. It's a disaster. It's... Yeah, I think we just have to let her die, actually. Like... Oh, man. You know, I just don't understand how these guys rolled both 5 and we didn't roll poison. That seems pretty unlucky. I don't have any rolls, do I? Okay. This doesn't actually... Wait, what? Oh my God, stasis. Oh my God, stasis. That's so cursed that it's because of stasis. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. I figured it out. We're fine. I almost crashed out. Really? It's giving me the self heal right now? I feel like I don't need the self heal right now. No, I need the mana. Okay, we lucked out there. We got really lucky. So, okay, that's huge. That's huge. That's literally everything we wanted. It's insane how good Gambler is rolling right now. It's actually insane. No, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I never take that, and today I'm definitely not gonna start. I wonder if we're taking the 1 here. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's huge for us. I wonder if we even care about the imps. We do have this. Like this. Oh, wait, hold on. Before this, do this. That's insane. That's really good. And then this. That's really good. Okay, now we may be in trouble though. I wonder if we lock this, like how, oh, well, that's obviously, I want, like, how does this look for us if I do this? Not great. Not great. So don't lock the one is what you're saying. You're saying don't lock the one. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we got really good luck. So to be honest, just forget about the imp. Okay. I'm happy with it. I think you could go a lot worse than Stalwart, to be honest. I wonder if you want the cleave shield here. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. Very unlucky, to be honest. I mean, this is pretty good though, right? I like that's pretty good. Now this, take this into this. What does flip give us? Flip gives us 3, which is better. Better than 2. Believe it or not, flip is actually really good, I think. I never take enchanter, so. Oh, come on. I guess I'll take the exert. Oh, come on. Okay, we rolled nothing. We rolled nothing that time. Okay, we rolled everything this time. Okay, I'm happy with it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would be excited if beating Lich is really the what we're excited about. Wham to the 2 right sides. I don't think I've ever taken this before. So this seems like absolutely useless. Like absolutely useless. Oh, you know what we want to? We want to get rid of this. We want to absolutely get rid of that. Times 2 versus targets with shield. I feel like maybe this is useful on some healer. But otherwise, it's absolutely useless. It's like absolutely. Oh, Kilt is kind of nice, but I don't think we beat this. Oh, Kilt is really nice, but I don't think we beat it. I'm a fan of Kilt, but yeah, I don't think I beat it. If I was really confident, then yeah, I would take it absolutely. But yeah, it's just not happening. Absolutely not happening. Oh, that would have been so cool if we could do that. But we didn't get it. Okay. I got that. Nice. Is this good? I feel like this is kind of busted, dude. I usually don't take these things, but I think that this is actually insane. Like, insanely good to take. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. That seems really good. I just want to take the shield here. Maybe we don't take this. I was just locking it because this kills the war chief turn 1, which is like really what we want to do. The issue is that, okay, we can survive. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. We would have saved him anyway. We would have saved him anyway, actually. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Okay, I doubt that we're going to get lethal while we're exerted. And also, we have pain. Which just isn't great. Oh my gosh, dude, it's that close. Are you serious? Okay, I mean it's that close. It's that close. Yeah, you know what? I didn't really think about the consequences of Oh my gosh, that's so unlucky. That's actually so cursed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so unlucky. How did I not roll damage there? Wait, do I have another roll? No, I don't. That's actually so unlucky. I think I'm gonna do this, I guess. Yeah, I didn't really think about the consequences of having imps have 6 HP. I didn't really think about that. You know, I probably should have thought about it, but I didn't. And now we're just kind of living in it. I mean, this is good. This is fine. I mean, this double exert just seems brutal again. I suppose that that's fine, though. Yeah, this guy just... Yeah, this is just taking forever. Yeah, I know you're out of luck, man. Okay, do I please? Yeah, I do. Fears is huge. But I mean, Gambler is like, you know, it is what it is. Okay, I think Sinu tanks the Thorn turn 1. Okay, we actually have to start like locking in and actually like planning here, like what we're doing. I don't think we get like insane value out of the cleave shield here. I'm almost wondering if we want to do the cleanse. It doesn't this cleanse? Okay, this cleanses. It's fine. I think we do get value. We do get value. It's just, you know, she's... Yeah, I wonder if you just lock this at this point. We can take that. And then how low do we get this carrier? I'm gonna risk the... Well, I mean, like, what does the extra mana really get us? Like, really? It's not really that big of a deal. Okay, so I'm really not glad that we re-rolled that, but... I wonder if we want to kill the carrier or if we're gonna go for the cause. I think the cause having 6 to kill is kind of impossible. It kind of just feels impossible to kill. We can't roll a 6 on anything. So yeah, I feel like there's no point. Okay, now I feel like the cleave shield is really pointless. I never take this, but I guess that's fine. You kind of wish that we didn't roll the 1 on Gambler, though. That would have been... This would be sick to not have. Fantastic. You know, I can't really complain, because at the end of the day, I did choose this, but... I think this is fine. It's just going to be super tight. Can I chain? No, we have no cleave. What am I talking about? I think that all of this is fine. Okay, so I will take that. Yeah, I kind of wish that we didn't have to... do that, but we do. So, okay, let's try to roll a 5. That would be fantastic if I could roll the 5. I don't think we are going to roll the 5. I think some sacrifices are going to have to be made here. What does this look like? Oh, the fierce. The fierce is actually insanely clutch. No, there's definitely a sequence here. That works. That works actually fine. Okay. I mean, I don't even think that we can use this, can we? Oh, we can. Okay, that's safe. Oh my gosh, dude. Are we serious? That's kind of unlucky. I am not very very confident in what we got going on anymore. I'd much rather have the cleanse. If we could roll it, that'd be sick. Okay. Okay. We're not gonna roll it. Okay. What is this again? Yeah, I just don't think that that's all that great, to be honest. I almost wanna just soothe, but after we just wait a turn. Okay, we're getting a lot of poison, and we weakened the only person that could cleanse the poison, which is really, really not good. I almost don't want to take the exert because it's like not worth it. It just feels not worth it to take it. Soothe does have value. That's huge. And we do get the cleanse, right? Because of that. Yeah. Okay. That's actually fine. Do I just like double soothe? Like 2 regenerate seems insane, right? I feel like that's what I'm gonna do. Like while we have the mana for it. Okay. Okay, I'm fine with this. Yeah, I didn't really think about spiders having 6 HP after I took this modifier. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into. Actually, this works. I mean, we might as well take the exert. I mean, this is going to be such a long fight at this point, man. Oh, you can see my friends. Oh, well, that's fantastic. This is going to be a long fight, man. This is just... We kind of have no damage. We have no damage. And we have no mana generation. Usually you only have no damage, but it's kind of an issue of having no damage and having no mana. I wonder if we can beat this with the amount of damage that we have currently. Like, I wonder if it's actually possible. Okay, well, it's not possible with rolls like that, for sure. Like... No, this does it anyway. We're just gonna get overrun, I think. Okay, unless we roll like that, then we're gonna be fine, I think. Huge. Yeah, this might this, this might this might go on for like 20 minutes. This fight. Um, yeah, I didn't have another 3 there. Unfortunate. I really wasn't intending to get into this. Okay, it stopped. It's got to not roll it for like a few turns in a row, just so that we can get some damage on it. Because right now it's looking dire. Oh wait, I could have gotten an insane amount of mana there. I kind of threw. Okay, I'm kind of throwing. Yeah, I kind of threw. Oh my gosh. Are we actually going to lose? That would be crazy if we lost. At this point. Hold on, I need something with 3. Okay, okay. Insane amounts of mana? Wait. Oh, it's trio. Oh. Okay. I don't think there's any way to win this if... Oh, man. No, this flees, right? No, it doesn't. It's got to stop rolling the spiders at some point, right? Like it just has to stop at some point. Just we have to get lucky for enough turns in a row. Okay. I mean, right now, at least we have like an infinite mana hack. Yeah, you want to take this because at least we can get the duplicate. Do you really want to take a 1 exert right now? Probably not. It's funny because we're all poisoned. It's just that we have 3 regen. That's the only reason why why we're alive right now is because I triple soothed at the beginning of the fight. Okay. Yeah, like I said, we just have to get lucky for enough turns in a row. Okay, we got the cleanse, big cleanse. Okay. Now we stabilized again. Okay, okay, we got lucky. If it just kept spawning spiders, I don't know what would have happened. Oh, we do have cleave. Oh. Oh, right, yeah. Well, there's no avoiding that, yeah. Unfortunately, that's the way the fight goes. Fantastic. Oh, that's super good. This is super good. It almost makes this playable. Oh, also, you know what I didn't think about? Also, golems Golems have 4 HP instead of 2. And they both rolled the bash. Okay, we have to think here because I think we just die if we don't, like, step through this. Okay. We don't have any poison is kind of the problem. No, I think that this fight is actually unwinnable for us. Okay, so 5 heal on the Prophet saves me. This is quite scary. I mean, either way, you want to re-roll this, I think. Now, I wonder if this has value, right? Because you're doing this and then this, which is like early hitting a sniper. I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe not. The funny thing is that these golems aren't even targeting, and like it's just targeting gambler. So okay, maybe yeah, I don't think that we're gonna like kill these snipers with raw cleave, so we might as well re-roll it. Okay, it's kind of playable. Issue is we rolled 0 mana. So I think that you just die, unfortunately. There's really nothing I can do about it. Unfortunately. Oh no. She lives. She lives. I wonder if you want to like spread out the damage here, or if you just double down on one golem. Because yeah, I think that you spread it out, because if you don't, then yeah, because oh my gosh, they both rolled it, which is crazy. That's actually insane that they both rolled it. Like, this is the chance of them both rolling these 2 times in a row is insane. I mean, in this case, it's the same as them rolling the 5, but it still is kind of crazy. Okay. We do have the swap terminal, which is very cool. How much? Huge amounts of mana. We do have another roll, actually. I was just kind of testing this out. We do have another roll. What's interesting, I didn't actually know this. I assumed that this wouldn't work off of pair since it's 3 now, but it does work off of pair. Oh my god. I'm so lucky. I'm actually insanely lucky. I think I'm going to keep it. Oh my gosh, I rolled it again. Wait, this is... Oh, wow, that's boosted. How's that boosted? I guess it's my lucky day. That's huge, I guess. He is getting, like, insanely targeted, but we luckily rolled such a cracked amount of mana that none of it matters. Barbarian. I probably want to do that. I feel like this makes more sense. I wonder who we're gonna get as our orange. Probably nothing good though. I think you just take this in and hit the zombie hard, and then like turn 1, and then we just don't even worry about it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, we really got lucky. I mean, is this really worth it? Probably not. That kind of doesn't seem worth it, does it? Yeah, that's fairly unfortunate that we... Oh. Well, that's actually pretty good. Never mind. Yeah, who cares? This is lethal for sure. Okay, 19. I mean... You almost don't want to do that. This means that this is 6 era on activation. That's a pretty good amount of mana, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that this gives us that much value. I would much rather do this. I mean, this is actually pretty good, right? When it comes down to the cleave shield. I think I think it's gonna come down to like what boss we get, to be honest, if it's worth it. Oh my gosh, these wisps have so much HP actually. Oh my gosh. These wisps have like an insane amount of HP. Okay, hold on. Because we have the fierce, does this work? This does work. Okay. Okay. This does save us for like one more turn. This does save us for like one more turn. I wonder if we could go for the activation on this. If that's what we're playing for. Hold on. Is this... Oh my gosh, that does. That does. Okay, so that's what we'll lock. The fact that we're pained here is just so unfortunate. It really is. I'm fine taking the bloodlust here. I think that there might be a play. Okay. Is this... Okay, no. Okay, hold on. This... Well, obviously this is... Oh my gosh, these wisps are insane. Is it just doomed no matter what we do here? There's just no way. I mean, we have enough, right, to live, but I just wonder if there's a sequence here with this, with... There's this. Okay, who's getting pained? Who's getting pained this time? The same people are getting pained. So the people that we don't want to get pained. Oh my god. Maybe you just take the bones. Maybe that's the way you win here, is you just take the bones. Or maybe it's... I don't think any way you slice it that this is working. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think that this is working. And that is why... I kind of would rather soothe. I think that there was a sequence where I soothed and got away with that. I think that that's probably the best way of going about it. If we have to do it. You could do that. And then we end up with a bones. And then Prophet doesn't get pained. I think that this is more playable. I just really hope that they hit the heal here, because otherwise I think that we just lose. You could also just like do this and not take the bones, but then you're running into pain next turn. And I don't think that we can heal past it, so... I think that this is the only way. Oh gosh, I also didn't think about the bones having this much HP. Oh my gosh. You kind of need to reroll everything here. Oh my gosh, man. Like, what are we rolling? I think we might just lose here. We just rolled really bad. Like, unbelievably bad. Now I just rolled really good. Hold on. Hold on. There's a sequence here with this. This. Yeah, I don't think that we can activate trio here at all, which is unfortunate, but I wonder if you just soothe. Soothe, I think, is a guaranteed win. I think it's guaranteed win if we soothe. Yeah. Who's getting weakened? Oh, it's all going out to ace. Okay. Or, I mean, the pain. I'm fine with this. Okay, well, don't do that. I wonder if... Hold on. You can definitely live this, bro. Bro, you can definitely live this, okay? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was definitely the play was... Did trio not activate there? I guess since it's boosted so much, it might just not work. But yeah. Okay. Okay, Dancer. This was alright. I mean, that's kind of worthless, isn't it? This kind of might be OP, actually. If I just, like, suicide play. I mean, Dancer's really good, to be honest. I feel like this is pretty good on Dancer. So I think I might just take this instead of the extra mana. I wonder if we do this or this. What's the petrify? What do we want that on? I think I'll put it on the cleanse because cleanse is how we get rid of petrify. So if we, okay, so I didn't really think about how hard this was going to be if oh right. The mana burn is crazy. Right. 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 Yeah, very true. Very true. Okay, here's what we will do. Here's what we will do. We're gonna lock these in. We're gonna lock these in specifically so that we can activate this. And this is fine. And then we'll just see if we can. Okay, I'll take it. Oh wait. Oh no, I screwed myself. Oh no, I screwed myself actually. I mean, at the end of the day though, we were gonna have to like be mana burned anyway, so it's fine, I think. Okay, both of these imps are going sicko mode now. I wonder if we roll to kill the imps or to not kill the imps. So 3. 2. Yeah, I think that it's winning to take this. This is all fine. Okay, unless we just don't roll it. Then it's probably not fine. You know what this this song, this like lo-fi whatever, this guitar noodling reminds me of? It reminds me of the fucking the you know the Lil Wayne guitar meme? Reminds me of that. It's not very good. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it's just not very good. I wonder if this is fine. I would rather do this than risk it. I would rather do this than risk it, I think. Maybe there's a better way, though, if I draw, maybe? If we draw... Boom. Is this better? I mean, I can do another soothe. I think another soothe is great. That's massive. Cleanse doesn't really do anything for us, but I also... Oh my gosh, the pain is quite annoying. This is activating? I suppose so. Okay, well, we'll take it. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, huh? You almost kind of want to do this. Yeah, I mean, this is just unplayable. That's just, you can't do anything there, unfortunately. We just don't have the sustain for that. Then is this activating? Yeah, it is. I feel like I'm getting super lucky on this. I'm really not planning around it at all. I think that's fine. Oh my gosh, I locked in the wrong things. Oh my gosh, that's actually so bad. That's actually so bad. Oh my gosh. I trolled myself. Oh my gosh, I just rolled an X. Okay. That's really not good. That's not what you want to see. I think I'll take this here. Yeah, this is fine. We can probably roll higher. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I kind of want this anyway. There is kind of good. This is not like the fastest, this is not like the fastest thing I've ever done, for sure. Hold on, is this? Okay, that's a lot of pain. I think that's fine. Oh my gosh, it's so close. Okay, we have 9 mana that we're not able to use right now. Okay, that's good, I think. Okay, that just does way too much damage. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. Okay, that's fine. Hold on a second. Oh, Fierce is insane. Okay, I think that we can just roll whatever at this point and win. I've never stalled this much against Hexia. It's actually It kind of does take forever, but I mean, whatever it takes to win, I guess, right? I mean, I kind of don't want it. How much regeneration do we have? We regenerate 9. I think that's the highest I've ever seen it. Okay. Okay, that was my warm up. So, I'm actually gonna do the thing now. What do I have to equip? 5 damage to adjacent allies upon death. I'll put it on defenders since we have. Oh right, we have self shields. I forgot about this. There's self shield on the middle. And we are playing left sticky. So yeah, I think we're gonna put it on defender. Hopefully that's a good idea. I definitely don't think we should put it on anybody with 5 HP. I feel like this is fine. I'm kind of into taking the exert here. I mean, we just kill the bee here and then we're fine. Yeah, we just kill the bee and then we're living. Oh right, also we don't have burst. That's it. That's another thing that we don't have. Oh, Warden. I'll take Warden. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. And we'll stick with that on him. Yeah, we don't have burst turn 2 or 3 or something like that. Which is interesting. To say the least. I think I'll take the extra mana just in case I roll awful. This is a very interesting left sticky. That's really not what you want. I think we just kill the bees and then deal with the boar after. Kind of want to roll a shield though. Okay. I guess this. I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely want to do this. Yeah, we have to get rid of the left sticky dabble as soon as possible because we're just not going to have enough damage. We just won't have enough damage. Replace the middle side with 0 mana steel on a gray hero. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, 2 thorns is kind of scary for us, but I think we actually just live here, and this is just it. Okay. Disciple is a really good roll. I'm happy with it. Oh, right, Basilisk. Oh. Basilisk, no cleanse. Oh, and we left stickied into the double heal. It's a disaster. Is this where our run ends? I wonder. I wonder if I reroll Dabble. I mean, an extra mana doesn't do anything for us, but an extra 2 damage might actually be the make or break. I mean, so it's either you lock this, like you're probably looking at this, and then this, and then this. I'm really worried about them both rolling poison. Like, I would have much rather them not rolled the poison. That would have been great if they didn't do that. Am I psycho if I reroll this? Oh my gosh, I am a psycho. I'm a psycho. I'm insane. Why did I do that? Okay. Okay. I think we're going to not take the shield. I think we need damage 100%. I think that this might be the end. Hold on, this is a self shield. Yeah, like, we're fine damage-wise. It's really just the poison. Like, the poison is just insane. The poison is just insane. I really don't want to lock the heavy, but I think I might have to. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that's the most that we can do, right? Is literally that. Because I didn't roll, because we have left sticky into these, which is really unfortunate. That's just really unlucky. That's just like super unlucky. Okay, yeah, I think we've lost. I think we've actually lost. I think that this is actually a loss. Yeah. We just don't have the damage. We just do not have the damage, I think. Oh my gosh, that's such a bummer. Maybe we try to get mana and then 2 mana, 2, 1. We'd still need 4 damage, which isn't happening. No matter what, isn't happening. Yeah, I mean, even with this, right? Yeah, I think that this is a loss. Yeah. There's just no way. There's just no way. Like 2 mana. Even if we roll all damage sides, yeah, I just don't think it's possible. I just do not think it's possible. We would need this. We would need to roll we would need to roll. We would need actually this. So you need to do this, this. Yeah, it's just no way. There's just no way. Yeah, yeah, there's just no way. That's unlucky. Yeah. Rip. It's just literally not possible, I think. No, yeah, we need the 5. Oh, and the one time you didn't roll it. Wait, what? Oh my god, we hit the 7-turn marker. Holy shit, no way. No way we actually live. Oh my god. We're literally one. I think that this is such a bad curse. And spiky monsters with 8 or more. I think that you have to take this because this is unplayable. This is really unplayable. This would mean that War Chief would have 6. For example. It would basically be like everything turns into a ghost. How unplayable is Spiky Monsters? 8. I feel like 20 isn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. But I mean 8 might be painful. Like, that means carriers become spiky. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, Wolf Ear's automatically going on you. I will take that. I think. Maybe I'll put that on Warden. You know what? I can't believe that Warden actually died with barrel hoops and we actually still survived. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm really, really surprised about that. I cannot believe we lived. That was kind of incredible. I mean, taking the pain side is a bit scary here. I'll take the exert. Seems safe. Honestly, just kill the illusions first. Like we're in no rush. We are in no rush. Yeah, oh man, this isn't useful anymore. Bummer. Okay. 4, we need a shield side for sure, I think. I think we roll for it because I'm kind of too... Yeah, we can roll everything and that's fine. As long as we get it. I wonder if we wanna... Yeah, we're probably fine. I think we probably have enough damage to kill. Well, definitely if we roll like that, then we definitely will have enough. Fantastic. I think that I'll take that. I think that the damage is just way more important. I will lock that. I don't think I want to lock that. I think that we need to kill this quartz turn one probably. 2. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Yeah, we don't have burst anyway, so it's pointless for me to... Yeah, playing left sticky with with Dabble is really not fun. It's just really not ideal. I think we'll take Scrapper. Scrapper is fine. This fight is going to be hard. We gotta kind of lock in for this fight. We also got Imp turn 1, which is not what I wanted at all. I think that we're locking the damage. I kind of would rather have the Bloodlust side than the Steel, obviously. If I can't get it, then that is what it is, I guess. We need some way to keep Fiend alive. And... Okay, so let's lock this and try to figure this out, I guess. So what if we go all in? No way. There's just no way. There's no way, Jose. That's unfortunate. This is a possibility, right? Oh my gosh, Fanatics are spiky? That's cursed. This is possible. A possible sequence here. We also have one more roll. I'm just really scared. If I don't have this shield, I think you just die. So I'm also concerned because we don't have burst next turn. I wonder how playable this is going to be. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, if you don't die, I want to see if we burn Fanatic kills. Okay, we're guaranteed to live here, actually. We're guaranteed to live with just this, I think, because of burn. Do we actually use this? We do, don't we? We do, we do. I think that this seems good to me. I mean, Disciple we can reroll, actually. Disciple, let's reroll. Huge, huge. Massive, massive, massive. Okay. Okay, so that gives me a little bit of extra mana for this turn. Okay. I don't think we need the self-heal, but we might just, like, take it just because I'm kind of scared otherwise to keep rolling. But we can roll these two. Okay, yeah, nothing good. Okay, this is fine, I think. Okay. Huge. Okay. Coiled snake or boss armor. During boss fights, at the start of the first turn, shield 2 to all enemies. That seems unplayable. That seems absolutely unplayable. I don't think that that's playable. You know why? Because if we get Graves, that's unplayable. That's actually not doable. We can't win with that. I think we take this. This isn't that big of a deal. The worst thing about that is I wonder if maybe you do this. Like, we have left sticky anyway. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know about that. Yeah, I just... How wrong does that look? Like, that's pretty not good. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Even playing the left sticky, Okay, so militia we need we have it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have it. Oh man, this is brutal because we also have Grave. Grave 2 Sniper. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I wonder if we just lock it. Because it's safe to lock it. And we always have burn here as well. We always have burn here as well to help us out. with burn, we're guaranteed next turn to do it. So also scrapper guaranteed kills this bones anyway. So oh wow. Oh my gosh. I did not see that Davil was gonna die there. Okay, this is a big choice. Do we actually take Ninja? What are we copying here? Bloodlust Steel? I had a okay actual Steel Ninja run, believe it or not. Also double use is fine. We can also copy self heal, and we can copy cantrips as well. I think Ninja is actually okay here. I don't like it usually in general, but I'm really scared about clicking random because we might end up with like Gambler and just lose. I wonder if you play this. I feel like this is just way more consistent. Okay, so this is going to be really difficult, I think. Okay, let's play this out. So we want to kill the Banshee first. Absolutely need to happen. Needs to happen. Obviously can't do that. I'm almost willing taking this because I'm kind of too scared to go for the steal. Like this is a... Yeah, and you know what? That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Actually, you know what? We have to actually shield ourselves. And the reason why is because if we don't, then Warden has the barrel hoops. So if he dies, it's completely lost. Okay, thank the Lord that they're double targeting. Otherwise, this would be pretty scary. I wonder if this is lethal. I'm almost fine with this, actually, with us burning here. So I'm just gonna lock this. I'll take the 2. I'll take the 2. I don't want to gamble on this. Okay. Okay. I don't think that this is playable. I just don't think it's playable. I don't think it's playable. I never take this item because I think it's bait. On Warden, maybe it has some value, but yeah, it would literally like kill us. It could like, you know, it could not be good. Oh, we locked these. We locked these. Left sticky lock. Oh no. How stupid is it if we go for this turn 1? We need to roll mana is what we need to do if we want to go for this. Otherwise, yeah, we can't kill. Can't kill. If we go for illusions, we need to roll the mana side. Or we roll the shield here. So the 2 options. And we got both. I'm happy with burning here because it gives us heal value. I wonder if we want to burst since we don't have turn 2 burst. 5 makes this actually killable for us. Spiker is on hit 3 damage every time we hit it. So maybe we want to burst that instead. Or maybe we'll just save our mana. I'm just going to save it just in case we need a glow. This is nice, but we are going to need to heal because... Oh, the good thing is that we do have these ranged things here. We need a pretty big shield here. Okay, massive, massive, massive. Oh my gosh. Do we actually need to do this? Oh no. Is burn playable? Burn doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't put us into lethal range. We have one more roll. I just don't know what one more roll is going to do for us. I just don't think it gets us anywhere. There is this possibility, I suppose, of this kill. Oh, but we don't have burst. I think she's dead, dude. I think she's dead. We can't really roll better sides than this here. If I reroll, we're just going to get awful things. And if I had 3 mana, we wouldn't even be able to burst the shield. So I think she's just dead. This could cascade into a lot of problems for us, though. It could be pretty bad if we... It's so close, too. It's so close. But there's nothing we can do, I think. Yeah, I'm like doing the math in my head to see if we instead roll 4 X's for a glow play, if Disciple stays alive. 'Cause she might. This is no, it's 2. It's 2. The thing is, we wouldn't be killing Ludus then, so yeah, there's no way. There's no way. There's actually no calculation in my head that makes sense for this, so there's actually no way. So I wonder if you're taking the burn this turn. I think you do take the burn this turn. Okay. This is gonna get tight. This is gonna get real tight, I think. Hold on, let me test this. It's almost not worth it to do damage to him that way. Scrapper has to not roll an X this turn, or else I think we're screwed. Well, not screwed. Okay, so that's really not good. Hold on, hold on. No, this is fine. Yeah, it's the same either way. I don't think that you want to take this death. I would rather not. I would rather not. I think you have to lock that just in case. Okay. Oh my god, that was close. That was really close. That was really close. I think I'm taking Stoic here. Stoic is fine. Stoic just doesn't work with Scrapper, which isn't great. We lose like a lot of outplayability with Scrapper. That is true. We lose a lot of damage. But in terms of survivability, I think that this is kind of an okay pick, and I would rather take it than go random. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah. Wolf Ears doesn't work like this, right? I don't think it does. I wish it does. I wish it did. Okay. I'm slightly horrified about this fight, to be honest. Oh, I should have swapped the item. I should have swapped the item. We do get value out of this here. We did lock the good side here as well. I'm down to roll this. I wonder if you go for this or you go for this. This is good. This is good. I think so. That's a good sequence, I think. I'm taking it. The weaken is fine. I'm not that worried about it. I would rather not take the one, but We might just not have a choice. I think I'd rather not. Yeah, I'd rather take that. There's not much we can do this turn. Hold on. Oh. Here we have to because of Bloodlust. I wonder if it's worth it to take that. Yeah, it seems fine. I will take this. I'll take the 2 pain. I totally, you know what I didn't think about? I totally didn't consider the ramifications of taking Stoic on oh, you know what we could do? Oh my gosh, no, we can't. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's so close. We're 1 off. We're actually 1 off from stunning him here. That's so unfortunate. That's very, very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Okay, at least we're not weakened anymore. That's kind of good. I might just take the copycat side here just to see what we get. Obviously, what we're working with right now isn't that great. I kind of would rather have the heal side automatically. Kind of thinking about that. You know what? I think I'm going to just roll here. Maybe we're just a bit scared here, and that's fine. What is this copying now? Self-shield. Double use, though. Okay, I'm fine with it. Let's roll Scrapper. We can probably get something better there, but I just don't want to be... I don't want to put ourselves in any danger. We're getting petrified. I think that that's fine. Okay, this is a huge roll, right? Yeah, that's massive. I think I'm just going to take that. I think that we take everything here. Unfortunately, I don't have a roll, right? No, I don't. That's fine. Okay, I'm not really going to worry about lethal here. I'm just going to worry about healing, if possible. Okay, that's huge. That's huge. And we got the stun. Massive. Massive. Oh my gosh, do not die. Do not die. Oh, right, Spiky. Yeah, Ninja into Spiky is just so cursed. It just really is so cursed. Okay, so we are actually winning here. We're just winning on time. So, we're just going to take that and win on time. So that's cool. I'm just gonna pass my turn. Nice. Okay. Maximum of 4 ability uses per turn. How bad is that? That doesn't seem that bad. Or during the 3rd turn, +1 pip to enemy sides. I could see that being pretty bad. Actually, slow spells seems kind of bad, right? I've kind of gotten away with like not using slow spells or like anything that has to do with mana or spells because I was so scared of how it was going to affect us. That now I'm like, eventually we are going to have to take this curse. I mean, since it's, you know, we're really getting up there with the curse numbers, but yeah. I wonder, can we see how many curses we have? These are our curses. These are all of our curses. And we have Middle Shield, Cataclysm. Cataclysm has actually saved our run multiple times. So we have no 2nd turn burst. So actually 3rd turn we do have burst. Yo, what's up? How are you doing, Mr. Drazzle? I think that this might be fine to take because it's going good. It's going good. It's just a kind of a chill night. I should probably make dinner soon, but I'm working on this run right now. This 5-hour run. We're on. This is 73. 73. This is definitely the furthest I've gotten in Slice and Dice. It's a roguelike game. Usually this channel that I stream on, I stream my development for my game engine on this channel. But you know, I decided why not it's my so this is all of my giant code base for my game engine. You know, but usually that's what I stream here, but I did decide that I should maybe that it would be fun to do this tonight. Neovim, this is actually Helix. It's actually Helix. But it's similar to Neovim. Yeah, I was working on the UI system today, and that's what like the first 5 hours of the stream was. Let's see some examples of this. So it would obviously be bad for like poison and stuff that spawns stuff. But I think slow spells is just cursed. Oh wait, this is slow spells. This is per spell. This is 4 per spell. Haven't gotten to Helix yet? Yeah, it's awesome. If you have like a really good NeoVim configuration, it's probably like the same thing, you know? As like that's kind of it's very similar to NeoVim. If you know, it just has multiple cursor support and stuff. But at the end of the day, NeoVim is probably more customizable. But what I like about Helix is that it's super fast and it works and it's very like performant and I don't lag in my code base that has like tens of thousands of lines, you know? If NeoVim config is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why I used Helix was because it was just like way too difficult. Yeah, I think I'm going to take this. I feel like both of these are pretty bad, but this seems like the better one. Left side with shield 1 repel rampage rescue. I don't know about that. No, that seems awful. That seems awful. I mean, maybe if you had something that boosted it, it would be fine, but this on our left side is sticky, so this seems absolutely useless. Like, I don't know. Okay. Okay, so we can't do damage this turn. What we're looking for is definitely not this. I almost want to roll. What you want to roll is you want a X here, and yeah, and you want mana here, probably. Okay, we got the stun. The stun is great. The stun is great. We want the X. We did get the X. We did get the X. Okay, that's huge, because now. Yeah, so yeah, I think that this is fine. Yeah, I think that this is fine. This fight is actually going to be really difficult. These bandits are now spiky. So okay. We don't have a choice there though. We have to kind of play like exactly that. Okay, we did get the stun again, which I'm not like thrilled about. I think I'll take this. This 1 damage actually does nothing for us. I would rather... Okay, this is really bad. This is really, really, really bad. Yeah, I think that she's just dead. I don't think that there's anything I can do about it because we rolled the revive like 3 times in a row. It's kind of just really unlucky. Actually, no. We actually can win here. Yes, this is winning. Okay, we just have to get the right bandit that's attacking her. Yeah. Thanks to Burn Bloodlust, we actually have enough damage to live there. Okay. Okay. Winnable, winnable. Okay, we... Oh, we copied Sticky. Oh. That's really not what you want to see. Okay, so if we kill this, you live. I wonder if we're taking the damage on Stoic just to... Let me see if this is playable. No, we just don't have enough. We just don't have enough. We're 1 damage short for that kill. That's unfortunate. I'm not rolling this again because that seems just super risky. I will roll this again though. If I get X's here, do I die? 2, 2, 1. Yeah. 2, 2, 1. Yeah, you need to lock this just in case, or else we lose. Okay, we got the stun, but we can't stun it because we can stun it now. Oh, but it's backline, right? Okay. This might look a bit weird, but what if we just do this? No. No, this is just awful. The stun actually doesn't do anything for us here. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Oh god. Yeah, she's just dead. There's nothing that we can do about it. That's brutal. Okay. Unfortunate. Okay. I almost wonder if this is more value. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now we either take Dablist or Random. And Dablist on left sticky gives us 3 mana stickied. Which just seems awful. I'm really scared to take Random. Okay, we got Dancer. Okay, that's huge. That's actually, we just got like really lucky. Yeah, we just got super lucky. Okay. I almost don't want the mana side because I would rather have the heal side so that we don't die this turn. This sniper is just so brutal. I think that we have a curse for these snipers. Wait, no, we don't. We don't. It's just this fiend keeps on stickying the cantrip, which is just not what we want. I guess what's the worst case scenario? Do we have enough? We do. It just still kills Disciple in that case. Okay. However, if we roll damage on Dancer, oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I think that there's a sequence here. If... No, there isn't. Dude, that's so unlucky that we rolled nothing on Dancer. We actually rolled 3 X's in a row, 1 out of 6. What are the chances of that? Oh my gosh, that's actually so unbelievably unlucky. I'm not understanding shit. I guess it is kind of just like impossible to know what it is if you haven't played it before, but basically it's like this dice based roguelike where we have 5 characters. We have a healer, a mage, a tank, a fighter, and kind of like the rogue. And yeah, so I guess the point of the game is it's like these kind of hour-long runs of like these 20 floors, and you get items and upgrades and all of that. However, I'm doing a mode called Cursed, which is infinite, and every time we beat a boss, we have to take on a curse, which negatively impacts the run. This is the longest cursed run that I've ever done by far, which is why I'm doing like insane amounts of math. This has been going on for 5 hours, and we're on fight 75, which means that we've looped the entire game. This is our third loop of the game, fourth loop. So that means that we have taken on all of these curses to make the run harder. So yeah. Keywords remain when the side is replaced. I don't know if this is useful at all. I feel like this could screw us, actually. I don't really know what that's used for. Yeah, I don't think that any of this has use. We haven't gotten any good items this run. Is the curse random? So you get to choose, but due to the curses that we've taken on, we only get choices between two of them. So you end up having to... We also have taken curses that give us less level up choices and less item. We get no choices with items. We just get random items. So yeah, so you end up taking on curses that give you less choices over the curses as well. I think that maybe it is just two that you get to choose from. But yeah, probably some of the worst ones that we've had to take so far is left sticky, which means that if we roll our left side, we can't re-roll. It just gets stuck to the left side, which is pretty bad. Pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Because sometimes you really don't want it to be on the left side. So yeah, this means that if any of these get triggered, then we can't re-roll, which is really painful. So we kind of have to like really think about every single... See, we just got stickied. Yeah, this fight is going to be hard. 4 snakes is really rough, and these gnolls didn't roll the exert, so they're just 5 heavying us. And Stoic is immediately dying, and we don't have a cleanse. So all of that is pretty bad. Dancer is taking on 4 poisons in 1 turn. Which just doesn't seem right. I almost want to take the 2 damage on Stoic. Yeah, 4 snakes is rough. 4 snakes is really rough. This much poison, taking on this much poison is just really bad. Turn 1. Also, the enemies that we get are pretty much random, you know? Like, it's relatively, like, scaled towards, like, how far you go in the dungeon, but it is kind of random. I think that the only play that we have is to actually burn into Bloodlust. If we don't roll the Bloodlust, then we're kind of screwed, I think. So we can kill this snake. Focus on killing this snake. The Dancer lives. Disciple... What is Disciple getting hit by? Nothing is targeting. Oh, so Stoic has this item on him that is also a cursed item that that we had to take. It has to be equipped, and if he dies, then he dies. He does 5 damage to everybody next to him. So that's what we're seeing here with this extra damage. So yeah. Wouldn't did I misspeak? Okay. So let's roll. I think we're gonna take the 4. Unfortunately, we didn't roll the Bloodlust. I think we have to take the 4. Oh no. Okay, please. Oh, that's such a tilter. That's such a tilter, man. Okay. Okay, this looks playable. This looks playable, but hold on. Maybe we just want this. I think we want to go kill Snake. Maybe we'll just burst straight up. It's more like mana efficient. Yeah, I mean, this poison is kind of more important than the null damage, I think. Nulls are going to be going to Scrapper next turn. Okay. I think that that's as good as we're going to get it. Unfortunately, we did not roll the Bloodlust, which would have saved us a lot of grief here. We did sticky into it. So this is... Let us test this out. So this, burn. Unfortunately, you're just dying because of the exert, and we don't have burst. So we absolutely have to kill that null this turn. Hold on, maybe there's a... No. Yeah, we kind of need a roll better than this, actually. I think we can lock this. I think that we can lock this. I don't know if we want to, but I think yeah, I think we lock it. And then we just roll this. Okay, that's big. That's also big. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see if we can play it. 3, hit it, hit it. Unfortunately, you're just dead in this scenario. I think that you're just dead in general. I don't think that there's anything we can do about it, unfortunately. Yeah. So the reason why we don't want to take on deaths is because if we basically they revive with less HP for the next battle. And so it just gives you a higher chance of just dying straight up, you know, when you're starting off at half HP. So that's why this is kind of like, you know, important. Okay, Kronos I think we take. Tarantus is a really bad roll here. Kronos I think we take. Kronos is fine. The Weaken is kind of useful here as well. I don't think we can use any of this on him. Yeah, we can't use any of this. All of these items are useless. Okay, we stickied into this. Let me do the test here with this. Yeah, the issue is that we don't have anything to actually get this to 1. And so doing that unfortunately does nothing for us here. We need to roll Scrapper. I think I'm fine taking this. Shield, I kind of am too scared to reroll it. Like this saves her life, right? And this saves her life. So I think this is worth it to take. And then we're just re-rolling this. Bloodlust. That's a lot of damage, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I wish that this weekend actually worked. But yeah, I don't think that we can do it. Unless we... Yeah. Unless we choose to actually, like, kill these spiders like a normal person. Maybe we actually just... Hold on. If we kill the bones straight up... Ooh. Okay, I think I'm fine with this. We are going to be spawning 2 more spiders here. Yeah, it's actually crazy, Tarantus, because this is doing 24 damage now. Because we have the curse big hitter, which is a really not fun time. So we need to take the damage on it. But yeah. Okay. We need the bloodlust side, I think, to win. Without it, we are okay, we stick it into it. That's fine. I'd really rather get the self-shield side, to be honest. I mean, how much damage is this actually doing? It's doing a large amount of damage. And then this saves her life. Okay, so... I think we will re-roll this, though. Yeah, you want to re-roll this. Okay. I think I'll take the 4. I kind of don't want to take this. Maybe there's a better sequence here if... This is the HP where she kills Dancer, by the way, which... This doesn't actually do anything. Stoic doesn't actually do anything here. Okay, I'm going to re-roll this, I think. Oh my god. Yeah. I probably should not have done that. I probably should not have done that. This might be it here. This might be it. This might be it. How many turns? Turn 3. Yeah, not looking good. Okay. Yeah, if we had turned 7, then we would be able to get out, but yeah. There's just so much damage. That is kind of rough. Yeah, you just need to kind of re-roll everything here. There is a play here where if we hit this spider for 2, Dancer gets Rampage. We can do something here. We can also do it with one. So I think we're okay to reroll. Okay, we got it. We actually got it. Holy smokes. Okay, hold on. Let me test this out. Because this might actually get us out here. Let me glow. Oh my gosh. That's so unlucky, actually. That's so unlucky. This is the 1 HP that kills her. Oh my gosh, that's so unlucky. Oh my gosh. Dude. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I feel like there has to be a sequence here where we come out okay. Oh, it just seems so doomed. Maybe if we were able to tick. No, but then we wouldn't have the extra. Oh man, this is such a bummer. If we end up dying here, that's such a bummer. That's such a bummer. If we had 4 mana, this kills 3, then we would just have 4. He's still dying. And then the 2 on Kronos. Kronos lives. I'm +1. And yeah. Who's this one targeting? He's targeting me as well. Okay. Yeah, I wonder which one is more important, the mana or this. This is like one roll. This just like ends the run here if we aren't careful. This living. This might actually be doable. This might actually be winnable with this. It's hard with the poison, but it might be winnable. What is this mana doing here? So we need 2 to hit this. This kills this. The 2 gives me enough to kill Tarantus. And then we glow. I feel so invested. I'm glad you feel invested. I mean, this is just like, I know that this probably isn't like that. I mean, like, it's just like, this is kind of really intense. Because I've tried to do the calculations for if we don't get this blank, if we get the 3 mana, do we have a better chance of winning? Or is it better to just have the glow? I don't know. Okay. That was so anticlimactic because we got a reroll out of it. Kronos is +6. The vibes are immaculate. Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, well, it forced our hand because we got the X anyway. We got the X anyway. Okay. Why is this not working now? Why is this not working out? Wait, did I grief this? Hold on. Boom. 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 Okay, no, I just was on the wrong one. Okay, is this winnable? Peanut butter jelly and late 4 a.m. stream. That does sound awesome. It is 9:30 for me. I really need to make dinner soon. Okay. This seems just really, really hard. Okay. 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 Okay, the question is, oh man. Obviously, okay. I'm just wondering if, oh my gosh, this is so scary. I'm assuming that glow isn't going to do anything for us here. Is there any hope of keeping Disciple alive? No, there really isn't. There really isn't. I think the poison is the problem. And +6 is just really rough. Central? No, I'm Eastern. Oh my gosh. This might be playable. And who am I? I'm doing this here. This might be playable. So no more mana, probably. We have to roll Scrapper again and again and again. I'm just kind of doing the calculation in my head to see if we make this, or if I need to roll this. Because if I want to see, if I don't roll this, then wait, which one do I need to kill? I need to kill this, and then stun this, and then this saves us. And why is this? Oh, you know why this looks so doomed? Is actually because of Stoic. Okay, no, never mind. Because if Stoic dies, he has a bomb strapped to his chest. Does it feel lonely to stream for this long? Sometimes, but I haven't been live in like a week, so there's sometimes, you know, there's a lot of people when I am doing my dev stuff. This is my first time actually just like, you know, not doing my dev stuff. So didn't really know if people were going to stick around or not. Um, yeah, this sequence seems okay. So Disciple is doomed to die next turn in this sequence. What turn is it? It's turn 4. Yeah, this might be the end, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I wonder if we roll all damage. 2, 2. If we rolled all damage, we might be able to do it. If we rolled 2 and 2 here, boom, boom, and boom, this would be fine. This would be actually winnable, I think. But it would be a 2 out of 6 to get that, 2 out of 6 to get 2 here. But yeah, we aren't going to win playing defensively here at all. Okay, so we got half of it. Yeah, unfortunately... So if I re-roll this, there's a chance I get an X, which would immediately lose the run. There's also a chance that I get this 2. I would be able to hit this spider. It would be a 5 out of 6 chance to win, and a 1 out of 6 chance to lose the run. I may not know something, but I feel like you're getting clapped. I am kind of getting clapped. Okay, so... Okay, so we have to roll the 2. We have to roll the 2. Holy shit, we rolled the 2. Holy shit. Oh my god. We continue on. Oh my god. That was cutting it real close. That was cutting it real close. Okay, curse selection. No, we cannot take this. We cannot take this. I'm starting to feel the intensity and you're not liking it. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's like to be invested, though, you know? We are 3 floors away from looping again. Okay. Oh my god, that was so close. That was so close. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat this, to be honest, but yeah. During the second turn, +1 pip to all enemy sides. So it's either take this or take random. I think I might take random. But random might be so bad. Random might be so bad. But this just seems awful because we have no burst on turn 2 either. Ah, this is really not good. That one's really not good. That's really not good. Okay. Okay. Is any of this useful? Does random choose from a large pool? Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if this is playable. Oh, this is rightmost side. Oh, but we have Abacus. We have Abacus. Abacus Trio? that doesn't do anything. Replace middle side with shield 1 duplicate steel. Probably not. We've just got a lot of garbage in this inventory. We've got a lot of garbage in this inventory. Yeah, this trio does nothing. The abacus gives us 1 extra HP though, which I'll take. Yeah, it's just bad on everybody. Okay. Yeah, I wish that we had good items. Like, we just have really bad items. Like, if we had gotten a good item, we might honestly have been able to win. But I don't think that we are going to win. Now, that Tarantus fight was really a wake-up call for me. That we just do not... We may have the damage, I think, but we just don't... I don't know. I would love to get the stun on the Wiz here, but what we would have to do is we would have to get Dancer to trigger 2 times. So we don't have another way to reach him. I feel like taking the 4 is probably our best bet, to be honest, since we rolled it. We do have this stun, which does save us a lot of grief. It does buy us some time. You almost just want to do this. Like, I feel like we're fine doing this and just taking a turn to chill out. We could also just stun the Fanatic and then try and kill the Fanatic, even instead of the Banshee. Even though that seems kind of grief. Let's see, I gotta remember, yeah, if the Banshee rolls the poison, it could get really scary. So, and we are tanking the weaken. I wonder if almost it's more worth it to stun the Banshee. Stun Banshee, get Fanatic down, and just tank the Fanatic hit. Oh, right. Yeah, we can't do that. Take the Fanatic hit. Alright, peace out. Thanks for stopping by. I did enjoy the company. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. Instead of tanking the weaken, because then that means that we do no damage next turn. We do need a heal here, though. That is necessary. Oh, that's brutal, actually. I was wondering about this. Double tick. The issue is that we're dying from poison. Like... Yeah, that's the only way. Disciple dies no matter what now because I didn't roll anything that I can glow. So maybe we just double tick like this and then I just do this. I think I'm going to do this. I don't know if we live. We have lethal for sure. If I roll any damage. Okay, we need to not do that. Okay, I think we take Surgeon. Surgeon is fine. Yeah, Surgeon is fine because we still get a revive. Still fine. I think I... Yeah, you actually need this because the revive situation. Okay, let's actually put Coiled Snake on Stoic. Oh, I got an achievement for that. Oh, that's awesome. I think that's what we want. Does Abacus... I don't even think we can activate a trio on the cleave. This isn't a cleave, this is double use. We could get another side here. We'd also do this on Scrapper too. And our left sticky still goes here, right? I'd rather the sticky go here anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I think that this is fine. I wonder if this actually has value here, since I'm getting hit so hard. It might actually be worth it to take for once. I think that that might be worth it to take. I am actually looking to kill these wisps. So that's why I locked the 4 here. I kind of want to kill this wisp. Who's getting the pain? Stoic is getting the pain. I think that that's fine. My plan is kind of this, to, I guess this, if we don't have, I mean, you could also do this. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to take the steel, obviously, here. I mean, this is playable, I suppose. It would mean that we can kill a Caw next turn, if we roll the 4. Surgeon is going to be left on 1 HP, though. I wonder if it's better to set up Dancer here. Yeah, it kind of sucks using the steel here when... Well, we're not getting that much value, like, out of it. The problem with Surgeon is that we just don't have a lot of heals, so we kind of have to be careful here with how we play it. Yeah, I think this might be just the way to go. Even if it seems kind of painful. I would like to heal, but I think being aggressive with this play is probably worth it, all things considered. Yeah, you want to do this. Okay. Yeah, that's unlucky. We did get the double use. I wonder if this has any value at all. Probably not, to be honest. I think we have to lock this. The issue is the pain, really. God, I would love to have the stun. Who would I need to stun? I need to stun this Caw anyway. Which obviously isn't going to help us. The thing is, this is just this, so it's useless here. Or it's seriously useless. So really, we have to roll for the stun. That's what we have to do. Hold on a second. That's massive. The issue is that Kronos just still dies here because of this Caw. So if I don't roll any higher, then we're kind of screwed no matter what. So oh. Are you kidding me? We somehow rolled even worse there. Hold on a second. If I the issue is that this doesn't even kill. Oh, yeah, that's brutal. Okay. We have one more roll. We have one more roll. I need to not roll X's on these and... Yeah, I need to lock this now. Is it playable? Is it playable? Is it playable? Is it playable? No, she's just dead if I do that. Hold on. Maybe there is a possibility here. No, but then we're dead. Is the issue. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's possible that we might be able to operate next turn, but yeah. Okay. Oh. I think we just lost. I think I just lost. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Oh, yeah, I think that we just lost. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, I think I really misplayed there because I forgot that the Wiz was spawning bones. And I could have rampaged one more. But I didn't because I thought that it was dangerous. But yeah, I forgot that I ran the changes back. Oh, that's such a bummer. We do have an operate here. I mean, maybe it isn't even worth it to do it. I mean, plain and simple, what we need here, 100%, is we need the stun. The stun would be insane because we get to stun this for 8. And then we could just focus on killing bones. But the issue with that is that, yeah, we need a roll dancer rampage here. That's what we need to win, unfortunately. And this is turn 3, so we're not going to get any saves here. So simply put, we need to roll it. We need to roll it for sure. We could also roll and try to roll mana here. Because, like, technically, if we kill this bones, like, this looks a lot better for us, probably, if we kill this bones. Like, this almost looks winnable now. It's actually kind of crazy that this shield is that insane. Wait, hold on a second. Is this shield just insane or what? Did this shield just save my run? I think that this shield just actually saved my run. This random shield. Holy smokes. Okay, we got 2 X's. Yeah, that was pretty unlucky. That's a 1 out of 6 chance twice that we got there, so... No, we probably want to do this. Let's try it on everybody else. Yeah, let's try to run it all the way back. If there's any any possibility here that's better. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to that we can get away with an operate ever here. God, how crazy is this shield? Oh my gosh, that's actually really unlucky. Yeah, even if we operate, it doesn't matter because they're still gonna be at low HP here. And we got screwed on the items again. Wow, I can't believe that we're still alive. And sticky and +1 pips to all sides. Absolutely not. Self-heal to the left side. That's pretty nuts actually for a dancer specifically. That'll definitely help with mitigating the damage. This is actually pretty good on Kronos since he has super low HP. Okay, so this is going to be really difficult. What is this again? What is this? I don't remember what this means. This is that's 2, right? It's 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 5. I almost want to be able to tick this turn. I don't think that the steal is very useful. Okay, we have to try this shield every time because yeah, unfortunately, the shield doesn't look like it's going to be that useful right now. Even though you kind of wish it was. Hold on. Ah, it's so close though. It's so close. I kind of want to lock it. I kind of want to lock it, dude. It's like so close, man. With a tick, we're almost getting to kill these snipers. Okay, I think we're gonna lock it, even if this is risky. Oh my gosh, did we get it? Hold on. I think that there is a player. Oh my gosh. The shield is insane, man. The shield is insane, dude. There's so much outplayability with the shield. It's actually crazy. I wonder if... No, there's nothing there, is there? No, and that doesn't rescue, so it's not... Yeah, you have to do this into this to get them. And then you have to do this to survive, I think. Yeah, Chomp does such insane damage because we are also... I wonder if we just take this and then we don't do this. Because that kills Dancer. Or you kill Dancer on purpose and then operate next turn. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know. I do know that the poison is going to suck, though. And we do have to kill Chomp somehow. The Bloodlust is cool. This is... She is living. This is going to kill me, though. Yeah. If we had Stoic, I wonder if this roll is fine. Yeah, you have to do this. That's the issue. Yeah, that's the problem, is that you need to do this so that we can kill Chomp here. Okay. So I think we're going to lock it and just roll Stoic, to be honest. Okay, that might be enough. That might be enough. Let's test it. That is enough. It is enough. And I don't really have the cojones to roll more. I just don't. I think that that's the first time that Kronos has actually rolled a rolled mana, to be honest. I just don't think that we can roll better sides, is the thing. Like, maybe this mana isn't worth it? Like, I guess? Yeah, any way you slice it, I just don't really like what's going on here. What you need to do is you absolutely need to do this, and then... Yeah, but then Kronos dies 100% of the time. I feel like there has to be a winning thing here. There has to be. There has to be. This has to be winnable. I wonder how much... No, yeah, you're not getting away with the steal here. I don't think that there's a way that any Dancer play can help us. So it's kind of pointless even rolling Dancer and considering that. We might have to let Kronos die, just straight up. The poison is just too much. Or we roll for this, but I don't really like those odds. What I want to do is I want to lock these and then roll our damage sides. Please. Oh! That one hurt. That one hurt me in my soul, man. What turn is it? Turn 3? I mean, stalling this out just seems impossible, doesn't it? Oh my god. There's just no way you did that, dude. I think that this is actually where it ends. This is so anticlimactic, man. I don't think that the rescue is going to save us here. Yeah, the issue is that the issue when it comes down to it is that we just can't heal past this poison. It's just brutal to heal past the poison. It really is. Yeah. I wonder if there's a stun play. Like, how much... God, this is rough. This is rough. Yeah, I wish that there was a better better sequence possible with the shield, to be honest. I feel like the shield has so much potential if you get it used at the right time, but there's a few different versions of this that we have. I almost wonder if this isn't worth it to take this. Because you have to do this anyway. You might as well roll for the steal, right? Yeah, it doesn't get better than that. Yeah, I mean, just none of it looks good. None of it looks good. None of it looks good at all. Yeah. If this doesn't save us, then there's no way, I think. Yeah, that's a bummer. I think that this is just where it ends, to be honest, to a troll. To a troll, man. Um, I don't think that we are doing enough with a mana gain side, unfortunately. Or else I would roll it. Yeah. And doesn't matter since hold on. Oh man. That's rough. That's rough. Is there any... Oh, dude, that's such a bummer. What turn is this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No way. We're one turn away from winning it. We're one turn away. Oh, dude, that's such a bummer. Wait, hold on a second. No. Ugh. Yeah, I think that this is doomed, unfortunately. God, it's one turn though. It's one turn though. It's one turn away from winning, by the way. Oh. That's so fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. That's so messed up, dude. That's so messed up. Wait. We're allowed to continue? You're joking that we're still alive, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Barbarian left Sticky into Hexia sounds like a really bad decision. However, it does have Bloodlust, and Bloodlust is the only thing that saved us last time. We can use this to get out of left Sticky. I don't think we want the death side. Just gonna be completely honest with you. Yeah, I don't think we want the death side. I think that that's just troll. Okay, let me look through what we have. If we can beat this. I don't think that we're gonna beat this, to be honest. I almost wonder if this is playable. This shield is actually insanely good. And I have already thought about this, to be honest. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, us coming into this with like half HP is really not great, as it is. So I don't think we're gonna live it, to be honest. We do get this though. We do get this, which is neat. This is immediately quite nice. I think the main like thing that we want here though is we need Dancer Bloodlust. Maybe we lock the heal shield. Does Kronos survive if we do this? No. But then again, we haven't locked any of this, so let's go with this. This is 2. I think we might just take this because this Dancer. Yeah, actually we can't take the 2, I think. Also, if Dancer rolls this again, I think she dies. Which would 100% lose the run, I think, at this point. And she rolled it again. Oh, yeah. It's not great. Yeah, just unfortunate. Unfortunate. No chance. No chance. There's no chance. There's no way. It almost makes you wonder if there's like a... There's a play with this bones, dude. Then Kronos dies and then we can't operate. Yeah, I think you just kill him. I think that's what has to happen. It's so stupid to do that into a imp, though. Maybe it's better to just go straight into one of these poison imps. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be able to win this. Absolutely not. But it's worth a try. This isn't actually as bad as it looks. Now she is actually taking 8 damage from these imps. Jesus. Yeah, the problem with this is that we stickied and, well, there's not much that we can do in general. Yeah, this isn't enough to operate twice. There's no way for us to get enough mana to operate twice, and even if we did, I think that we're just screwed. I mean, even after these imps die... I mean, maybe if we roll a 2 on the stoic, kill this imp somehow... I think you're locking this. Okay. We rolled it. For whatever reason, we managed to roll it. And so for some reason, we're still here. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Yeah, I just don't think it matters. Because that's the wrong imp anyway. I mean, this is... Oh, this doesn't work because of the mana burn. Yeah, because of the mana burn. It doesn't work anyway because of the mana burn. So... Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's just the end of the run, unfortunately. Yeah, not much we can do to outplay this anymore. Well, that was that. That was that. I played my heart out. So, I played my absolute heart out. Yeah. No chance. GG. Dude. 80 is crazy. 80 is crazy. 80 is insane. Yeah, that was an insane run. We got really, really, really unlucky at the end. It wasn't really an issue with, I think, our, it wasn't really an issue with the curses necessarily, as the fact that hurried or rush 2 made it so that we had such awful items. We got tier 3 items 2 times in a row. So we just had an inventory full of useless items. If I had a single tier 9 item, I think that fight was so won, to be honest. I think that fight was so won if I had like one tier 9 item. But no, it was not winnable. Jeez, man. I need to decompress after that. That was so intense. Yeah, I knew that this last 20 would be so hard. I was wondering to see if we could beat it, but yeah, we can't beat it. That's unfortunate. That is super unfortunate. Yeah, so... Yeah, we lost on the 3rd loop. Yeah, I was looking to see what the records are for Cursed. And I saw some stuff that was like 150 to 100 on Cursed, that on the leaderboards. Yeah, that must be so intense. But yeah. I don't know if I'll do another Cursed run ever, to be honest. This was so stressful. A lot of fun though. The stats are kind of insane. How many undos I did. Also, 1800 is insane. That's an insane amount. I will say, as far as blessings go, Cataclysm absolutely saved us so many times. Yeah. It's just so good. I think also at the end, Worst really screwed us. it's one of those things where early on you don't really notice it at all, but like later on, like when you get to the later bosses in every run, worst starts being really bad. Like not being able to burst turn 2 just means that you only have to rely on your dice shields, which really are often not enough if you get screwed on the rolls like we did. So worst is pretty bad. Worst is pretty bad. I would say that worst is probably one of the worst curses that we had. Basilisk, honestly, surprisingly, we survived it. It was pretty close every time, but yeah. Big Hitter is also pretty bad, but 11 didn't seem too awful, considering that we were able to get past Tarantus. Yeah, I'd say that Spiky Monsters wasn't even that bad. I don't really know how bad Skulk was. It's kind of hard to tell. Archery training is fine. I think Barrel Hoops was pretty sucky later on. Like, pretty sucky. I don't know how bad this is. The monster HP. I wonder, kind of like looking back, if I could like test just how bad some of these were. Middle shield didn't turn out to be as impactful as I thought it would be. Also, left sticky wasn't as bad as I thought either. It was bad earlier in the run with like Dabble and stuff. Left sticky was pretty bad, but yeah, I'd say Rush 2 ended up being the nail in the coffin. If I had to do it over again, I would probably choose random over Rushed 2. I mean, Rushed 1 is probably fine, but Rush 2 is just so bad because you end up with tier 3 items that don't do anything instead of tier 9s. Instead of tier 9s and tier 7, or tier 7 and tier 9 choice, I got tier 3 2 times in a row, which lost us the run. I think that 100% is what lost us the run. Yeah, unfortunate. Boss Bones, obvious easy pick on Boss Bones, I think. Yeah, that's a bummer. Jewel Chalice also wasn't as good as I thought. You know, +1 mana. It's nice to have. It probably saved us a couple of times, but I would have much rather had something more defensive, just overall. But yeah. That is going to be it for me. I have to make dinner. It's like super late because I stayed here doing all these calculations, stressing out so bad over this. This was fun though. I do hope that, you know, maybe somebody watches the VOD or whatever. I don't know if I'll do this again. I did enjoy it though. I know maybe people don't like want to watch this or whatever, but I did really enjoy it. Anyway, yeah, maybe I will do another curse run. This was just so painful to the last bit of it, you know? But with what I know now, I think I could probably go through it better and faster. I definitely would not take this. I definitely not take this. I'd honestly rather nah, you wouldn't want to take hurried 2. Honestly, so we had a choice to take arthritis 2. I would definitely take arthritis 2 instead of rush 2 for sure. Arthritis 2. I didn't even realize we had rightmost blank, to be honest. Rightmost blank isn't bad at all, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Bummer. Yeah, spiky monsters ends up being bad because you have enemies like Spiker that already are spiky. And so this does 3 on hit then, which ends up being a big problem. And then if you just like luck into like a comp that is doing like low damage, like I can't imagine with like even agent, like Spiky Monsters 8 has to be super painful. Because you just can't, you have to have hard hitting things because on hit for 1 is just unsustainable. You know? It's just unsustainable completely. Yeah. Okay, I have to make dinner. You know what? I'm super excited for tomorrow. I think I'm going to wake up to see the G2 game. G2 versus TES at 7 a.m. I think G2 are gonna win it, to be honest. It's kind of annoying that they're doing best of ones this time. Like, I just feel like best of fives are just, or best of threes, best of fives are just so much more fun to watch. I just don't think best of ones are very, especially now that they're doing fearless. Like, what are we doing with these best of ones? I just feel like it's like so. I don't know. I feel like if we're gonna have fearless, then we might as well like not have best of ones. I don't know. It feels kind of pointless, but okay. I'm gonna peace out and make some dinner. All right. We'll see you guys. I think I'll be live tomorrow. Maybe for not as long. Yeah. All right, peace out. Yeah, big bummer.